My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our show. I'm David Sponheim. This is the anti-war rally of America's Third Party. Sustainable Saturday, we call it, where we give everybody a chance to get $500 at least per month to live, just to keep the economy trickling. And we kept everything going. We're fighting the New World Order because the Democrats and the Republicans seem to be lockstep with global elitists that are telling us what to do. The Democrats want us to do cap and trade legislation, somehow all get taxed for carbon, which is absurd, when the real cause of climate changes clearly is coming from chemical pollution from jets and weather modification, which we've all traced and seen in the skies. No redress from the Democrats. If you mention the word chemtrail, oh, you're a whack job. Yeah, you're supposed to think that the contrails, these are condensed air in the sky above us, when they're actually chemicals being used to change our weather. And they're actually people that meet in conferences around the country annually. I think you have to be invited to these conferences, but they're called weather modification conferences. I'm not making this up. Cloud seeding, creating hurricanes, etc. Yeah. Okay, so this ongoing show over here at iVlog has a great video stream if you're having any problem with the HTML5, which we're running right now at Vaughn. If you are having problems with that stream being too late, there's still a Flash one running over here, so catch it while you can. We've got all the way till December of 2020 to watch that show there. Flash is still the most interactive video stream out there. What you're seeing now is about 5-second delay, just so you know. Sad news for Velcro recipients. Use Velcro on your shoes, your easy slip-on shoes they give you at the nursing home. Well, this man, George DeMestral, the inventor of Velcro, has died today. Okay? So next time you move around with Velcro and you use Velcro, think of George, okay? Thank you. Poor guy passed away. Okay, moving on. Joe Arpaio is running for Maricopa County Sheriff in 2020. You know Joe, the guy who proved that Barack Obama really was born in Kenya? The cold case posse, Joe? Yeah, he actually had all the evidence to confirm that Barack Obama had faked his long-form birth certificate. And what did Donald do? Oh, I believe that he's born in Honolulu now. He turned his back on all of you who still believe that Barack Obama was born in Kenya, Mombasa, Kenya. The proof was there. Yeah, really, really sad. Now Maricopa County is going to have the sheriff again. He announced on social media Sunday that he will seek another term as sheriff of Maricopa County. He served there for 24 years. Why wouldn't he? They've tried to taint his record, and of course, Donald Trump gave him a pardon, which I agreed with. That was one of the only things I agreed with Donald Trump on, pardoning Joe. When Trump took my idea of the birther thing, which I was the birther candidate since 2008, and he ran with it in 2012 and 2014, everyone thought he would be doing something like prosecuting Barack Obama. He never did. Now, we have no prosecution for Hillary Clinton and no prosecution for anything in the remotely, even Joe Biden. Trump hasn't even prosecuted Joe Biden, yet they say he's guilty of something. What? Tragic day for me. I just found this out just seconds ago. Very sad. One of my favorite actors of all times, Robert Conrad of the Wild Wild West series, has passed away at the age of 84. Wow. That guy was an amazing man. And you know, they say smaller men live longer. No, I won't do that, sir. Sorry. They say smaller men live longer. Robert Conrad passed away. Oh, this is really sad. Well, he's in a better place if he's out of pain, I'll tell you that. Yeah. His earlier years. This is just amazing. I've got to process this right now. He's born in 1935. He died at 84 years old. Okay, let's see if I can get an image of him in 2020. Yeah, this is one of his last images. I'll bring it to your attention. He was such a great actor and such an intense man. And you can even see that on his face. Look at this. His later years, folks, look at how intense he was. That's like, don't give me any bull crap, buddy. That's I know what you... Yeah, the great Robert Conrad. This man really, he captured the hearts of so many people in the Wild Wild West show. I don't know who Robert Conrad's son-in-law was. Do you? Yeah. Tough geezer, yeah, totally.
I dare you to knock this.
Oh yeah, I dare you to knock this off. Let's play that. Great, thank you. Robert Conrad, what a guy, what an actor. Sensational man, and I believe a prototype of men of the future.
I dare you to knock this off. I dare you to compare anybody's batteries, with alkaline power cells, and try to beat them for long life. You know what? You can't. When you want long-lasting energy, you can't buy a longer-lasting all-purpose power system than gold, red, and black alkaline power cells from Eveready. The power cell that dares to compare. Come on. I dare you.
That's great. And you know what he had going for him is that sex appeal, you know? Women dug him, right? And like I said, he wasn't too tall. He had a short stature. That was great. I enjoyed that. Thank you. His height was 5'8", you know, but he wasn't a short man. He was tall enough to have a presence. He was taller than Tom Cruise. Yeah. So he had a strong presence, and his flexibility as a physically able person was perfect for the role. All those weird situations he was in. Yeah, as this out on the terrain, open territory, modern, almost steampunk environment, because I know they did the remake of Wild Wild West with the steampunk background. I thought that was really cool. If you haven't seen Wild Wild West, the remake, it's really good. But this guy did the series, and he did a great job. I would watch those well into perpetuity. Yeah, those reruns of those Wild Wild West, I would watch those again. Okay, you got something about how we're analyzing the elites that live underneath the scrim of Greta? The elite machine under Greta. Yes. Okay, let's take a look at that. We know that George Soros is powering up this cap and trade carbon point legislation campaign that Greta, just like in the Nazi times, a girl with long braided hair was used by Adolf Hitler to profess all kinds of horrible things. They do this by using girls like this. It's exploiting a young girl, especially a girl who's suffering from so many mental issues. David John Sponheim is a crisis actor named Peter Jennings. Look it up. Lieutenant Commander in Scientology. You are out of your mind. Peter Jennings died of lung cancer. Yes. Oh man, you're so out of it. What world do you live in, Max? That's Max, by the way. He's such a nutcase. Yeah, Peter Jennings went too many times to the airport and ended up dying of lung cancer. Yeah, I don't look a bit like Peter Jennings, sir. Plus, he was much older than me. Good guy, though. Great newscaster. One of the nicest people you'll ever meet, really. I never got a chance to meet Peter, but yeah, he was a great guy. That's what I hear. I look more like Ellen DeGeneres. Ellen DeGenerate, right, thank you. I did get her spelling right. I would think a person named Ellen DeGenerate would not want to be called that, you know? Because I think she'd change her name to like Ellen DeGeneres. That would be more of a smart thing to do. So Ellen, if you're listening, change your name from Ellen DeGenerate to Ellen DeGeneres. That's something Donald would say. Well, she's got a great personality. People like her. And the fact that she looks almost identical to me, it helps, Dave. Sorry. Okay. Good luck, Ellen. And thank you for sharing your views. I look like Opie? No, Ron Howard looks way older than me. Yeah, plus he's definitely, well, balding is not the word. He's taken on a whole new other sideburn level. He has an advanced sideburns. There he is, the infamous actor extraordinaire Ron Howard, everybody. Yeah, got that kickback look. I will say that his nose looks the most like mine. I will say that. But my eyes are farther apart and less like his beady rodent-looking eyes. You see that? I will say I look a lot like the guy in the nose and the eyes. But like I said, he has those beady rodent-looking eyes. I don't look like that. Yeah, you know how rodents look when they, like, yeah, like a rat kind of thing. No, Prince Harry looks more like Prince Charles. But when Prince Harry was a little boy, he didn't look like Prince Charles because Prince Charles wasn't his dad. Can you make sense of that? You'd have to really get into the conspiracy theory that Prince Harry is somehow a plant. They got rid of the real Prince Harry. Yeah, I've covered the story. They were just in the United States recently. I was going to invite them over to my house and say, "Hey, could you like come over to my house and hang out? That'd be great for my campaign. Be it the first act of goodwill with the United States to profile David Sponheim meeting Prince Harry. And I wouldn't even call you not Prince Harry. I think you are Prince Harry. That's weird. I can't even get my head into his. Yeah, there's something wrong with his face. I'm sorry. I can normally model my face after them. Sir Sponheim. I really do feel that the royal family is going through some tough times, but what family in the world doesn't, you know? Their net worth has dropped nearly $300 million in the past 6 years, which is really nothing, actually. You see, the Queen has over $25 trillion. No one likes to talk about it, though. I don't think anybody has an Ellen fetish. No. No, I heard I heard that the golden chariot that they drive is worth trillions of dollars. Yeah. It's not worth billions, it's worth trillions. Have you seen the golden chariot? That's amazing. I'm not here to say bad things about people with money. Obviously, we're all part of the capitalist system, and some of us are basically under the wheel of the capitalist system and getting ground down into the dirt. They happen to be riding in the top cab. But the capitalist system has created these liquidity traps. Obviously, the royals are a liquidity trap. They keep their money in the bank, and they clearly know what kind of money they have. But they don't want to share it with us. They don't want to build up the UK economy. Or do they? Because that would be an excellent use of Queen Elizabeth's money, is to give it, not to Boris Johnson. I wouldn't trust him with a farther than you can spit. But give it to somebody who has the acumen to make good use, to build the production centres of the UK. Now, ironically, Boris Johnson has not been seen since Brexit has been implemented. So it's creating a bit of a panic worldwide. If only he could come out and make a statement in the manner that he does with such eloquence. If only he could give confidence to the UK and to give everyone the belief that things will be better. But when you look at his hairdo, you have to admit, this guy, he can't even handle his hairdo. I mean, come on. Who the hell walks out of their house looking like this, you know? Well, I do, David. I'm afraid that Brexit has been a wonderful experience for all of us. Now I'm hiding away in the French Alps with Rothschilds, enjoying tea, trying to ignore the reality that England will have to hit the skids first. Unbelievable. The guy needs to step out and do something. And remember, this is a bannable offense. Yeah, thank you. Exclusive photos of Giuliani. Wow. Okay, let's take a look. Oh, that's when I had Joe Biden eyes. Yeah. Dave's got Joe Biden eyes. Dave's got Joe Biden eyes. Let's take a look at Giuliani and Parvus. Oh, this is interesting. Yes. Lev Parnas has a lot more to share. Okay, let's take a look.
Exclusive reporting from CNN's Vicky Ward. Even with the end of the impeachment trial, former Rudy Giuliani associate Lev Parnas is not done with his efforts to show that he has information to interest investigators. CNN has obtained these exclusive photos of a trip that Giuliani took to Madrid, Spain, as he prepared to help a wealthy Venezuelan seeking to avoid indictment here in the U.S. The photos, and what Lev Parnas and other sources tell CNN, provide a peek into relationships Giuliani has not been willing to discuss about legal work he undertakes for clients whose interests could intersect with the policies, of course, his most prominent client, President Trump. The images and what Parnas knows are already in the hands of federal investigators in New York, where Parnas has been indicted, and Giuliani is now also under investigation. Vicky Ward joins us now. So Vicky, put us in the context for us. Who was with Giuliani in Madrid last summer, and what's the significance of this in the broader investigation?
Right, Jim. So obviously Lev Parnas, who has talked exclusively to CNN about this trip, a wealthy Venezuelan client who was their host at his castle outside of Madrid, a man named Alejandro Betancourt Lopez, who is not named, but is potentially facing federal charges here, and the father of the interim opposition leader in Venezuela, Juan Guaido, a man of great political importance to President Trump. We saw him on Tuesday in the gallery at the State of the Union address, Jim. What Lev Parnas has told us about this trip is that Giuliani interviewed and videoed both Juan Guaido's father and his client, Betancourt Lopez, and that in those videos, Betancourt Lopez claimed to have helped the Guaido regime financially, which would be obviously popular to the president, and that these videos were intended to be seen by the Justice Department and Giuliani's good friend William Barr, the Attorney General, and by Donald Trump. That is Lev Parnas's assertion. Now, Rudy Giuliani has told CN that he cannot, he won't say yes or no as to whether or not these videos were made and whether they exist, but he has called Lev Parnas a proven liar. He also said he cannot discuss this trip because he said it's a matter of national security. We've not had a response from either Wilmer Guaido, Juan Guaido's father, or from Betancourt Lopez's lawyers.
Parnas,
Thank you. I believe that we'll get back to this article in a bit. Thank you. It does seem that Lev Parnas is definitely got a lot more truth that was never touched on. When the Republicans shut the door on any testimony from Lev Parnas or any other witnesses, they essentially tried to obstruct justice. And the Republicans will still be charged with obstruction of justice for doing that. I'm not done. Oh yeah, when I get started, we will have Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham under investigation for colluding with Russia. That's just for starters. Susan Collins could just as well retire and get out before it becomes obvious she was a fool for acquitting. Susan Collins, the person who could have made a difference, didn't. Yeah, and I really admire Mitt Romney for his efforts to go against the acquittal and charge Donald Trump with abusing power. The legendary Robert Conrad, aged 84, has died, folks. Yeah. Very sad day for his family, but then again, he won't be in pain. And we always say that about people that pass away. And at the same time, we've had a huge number of people. Now the number of dead from the coronavirus is 809 people. So luckily for Robert Conrad, he lived a full life. Many people who are dying of the coronavirus right now did not. Now, Insane Canadian was infected with the coronavirus, but she's one of the survivors, now doing well in our show. We don't have an Instagram, no. I'm not pursuing Instagram at all right now. Morpheus. Okay, hang on. No, that's not an appropriate thing, Morpheus. You can't post links like that here. Yeah, that's the fake leak. It's kind of like a Rickroll. Yeah, well, like if I did use Instagram, I would be like taking pictures of everywhere, like, oh, look, I'm going to flush the toilet now. Click. Oh, look at Amber. She's drooling, waiting for dinner. Click. You know, who wants to look at somebody's feces or a cat drooling? I mean, really. Michael Moore to Tom Perez after the Avocado sabotage. You and I need to talk. Really. Michael Moore, Tom Perez.
Whether incompetence or not, it seemed to be intentional, what they did in Iowa. You have Bernie was about to be declared the winner. Tom Perez comes out calling for recanvassing.
Minutes before Bernie was going to have that press conference and explain why he won Iowa. And they did that to sandbag him. I ran into Tom Perez last night after the debate, and his people tried to block me from like reaching into him.
Wow. Which
I did. Don't block me, for Christ's sake.
Oh, come on, Michael Moore. We know that you love yourself and you love your dinner too. That's pretty obvious. Okay, we'll play that a little later tonight. And this one.
Hey, it's Jordan. Delighted to be joined by Nina Turner. I was raised, if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. They're about to call Iowa yesterday, 97% reporting, and all of a sudden DNC Chair Tom Perez steps in for a recanvass. Looks fairly intentional. What were your thoughts on what the chairman did?
Yeah, it does look fairly intentional, and I really feel bad for the people of Iowa who take great pride in the caucus process. They were robbed. Our campaign and all the thousands of volunteers that combed that entire state on behalf of this campaign, it was really wrong, and it's just ironic he wants to recanvass. Where was he days and days before that? Nowhere to be found.
And what's interesting is I've been following for about a decade the Democratic Party, very focused on bringing, African Americans and Muslims and Latinos and identity politics. But your campaign was the first only campaign really to focus on those satellite locations, which brought out Latinos voting for the first time, Muslims voting in mosques, immigrants, African American.
That's why they say that Bernie got it. They believe that Bernie's going to pull the minority vote, and that's probably just as well because he wants to give everybody free money. We want to give everybody free money too, but we don't want to give illegal aliens free money. When Bernie wants to give everybody money, it means illegal aliens. That's the difference. So believe me, I care about African Americans, Hispanics, Asians, whites, blacks. Everybody is all, in my mind, equally economically impoverished. And for you to come in here with such racism, it's pathetic. You don't belong here. You go vote for Donald Trump, buddy. I don't even know why you come in the show. So we'll add that to tonight's link as well in our video. Our video hour starts at 10 o'clock, so if you want to go to bed now, you can. Wake up, watch the shows, you'll be better off. It's not that I love anybody. I just believe that everyone should be treated equally, much like the spirit of Martin Luther King. Or for that matter, the spirit of Rodney King Jr. Can't we just get along, Who doesn't love that? Team Biden is pressing the panic button.
Joe Biden is in giant trouble. So CNBC reports the following. Joe Biden's campaign tries to reassure donors he will win Nevada and South Carolina after Iowa chaos.
Yeah, he will. Okay, if you can't say something, you have a 5-second gap in your statement, you need to get a teleprompter, buddy. I will feature Kyle Kulinski's show in just a bit, like I said, after 10 o'clock. Thank you, but we got a full 4 hours ahead of us, or 3.5 hours ahead of us. I've already been doing this for an hour and a half. It's amazing, isn't it? I am America's voice. I'm America's last chance, and we will save this country from the grips of the New World Order. Whereas the Democrats, they won't even mention the New World Order. It's like, huh? Well, yeah, you're being manipulated. They want to push cap and trade, carbon point legislation, higher taxes, gun control. You Democrats are being manipulated. Stick to your First and Second Amendment rights first and foremost and come back into the center with me. Yeah, this is all about stopping the two parties too. Trump is completely at the beck and call of global oligarchs. We know that. So if you're against the Russian oligarchs who control this election, the people that control them are obviously the New World Order. You want to get behind this third party. That's the only way to stop this New World Order. We are the strongest peg in this entire scenario. We are one of the biggest legs the New World Order has. The U.S., without the U.S., the New World Order wouldn't have a police force. They've hijacked our government's military for the past 50, 60 years after World War II, having us start wars for what? Vietnam? What was that about? Heroin? If only the American people really knew the truth about Vietnam, it was about heroin. What about today? The Afghanistan war, why is that still going on? Heroin. Yeah. Heroin seems to be the motivator here for war. And bankers need to expand credit. That's why they start wars. Now, because people around the globe, human beings, have not been creative enough to come up with new ways of making money besides creating military weapons. And I'm not saying there aren't creative people. There are people working on environmental projects right now that show promise. But the real war we're going to be facing internationally is the war against the environment biting us in our ass. Plastic waste building up, toxic microplastic in our diet, healthcare concerns, price of healthcare going up rapidly for no reason. We have a lot of problems that are converging, and it's all because the New World Order plan is to kill us all off. Believe it or not. They want to get rid of 90 to 95%. They want to get rid of 90 to 95% of our population. So why not allow a pandemic to run rampant in China? I do not understand at this point why Xi Jinping evacuated a city that was contaminated. It's the most imbecilic thing anybody could ever do, is to evacuate a city that was contaminated since early November. Now, someone in our other room came up with a good statement. How come India isn't showing any signs of the coronavirus? None. None in India. Isn't that interesting? Not one bit of coronavirus that they've seen in India that I can see.
Powerful testimony in the Harvey Weinstein sexual assault trial. Actress Annabella Sciorra describing in terrifying detail how the former Hollywood producer barged into her Manhattan apartment more than 25 years ago and raped her. The Sopranos star had trouble catching her breath at times, telling the court Weinstein gave her a ride home and later forced his way into the apartment. She says she tried to run into a bathroom, but, quote, he kept coming at me. I felt overpowered because he was very big.
The actress went on to describe how she kicked and punched Weinstein, trying to fight him off until he held her arms above her head on the bed and raped her. Sciorra telling the court she confronted Weinstein about the attack at a dinner in New York weeks later, and he told her, quote, that's what all the nice Catholic girls say. This remains between you and I. In their cross-examination, Weinstein's lawyers played a video of Sciorra telling David Letterman in 1997 that she has a bad reputation for lying to the press. Her encounter with Weinstein happened too long ago to be charged, but prosecutors are using her testimony to establish a pattern of behavior. Weinstein is accused of raping and sexually assaulting young women and actresses over the course of decades.
Wow. Weinstein has pled not guilty to 2 counts of predatory sexual assault, 1 count of criminal sexual assault in the first degree, and 1 count of first degree rape and third degree rape. Well, that didn't even include the most recent testimony that we've got about Weinstein. Yeah, it's serious too. There is a
Noah and Ivy Cleveland.
Yeah, there's a woman who was recently testifying in this case with Harvey Weinstein who said that she was forced to perform oral sex on him, and in the process found out that he doesn't have any testicles. I'm not making this up. In testimony, she said that he appears to have a vagina. So that's what she said. Yeah. So it's possible, I mean, I'm just hypothesizing that this guy is a hermaphrodite with a sexual deviancy to compensate for his state of hermaphroditeness. Who knows? Okay. All right, so we're not going to process that information, and who cares if we do, because it's between the jury and him, and I don't even want to know about this whole thing. The fact that rapes are going on around the world, especially in Hollywood, to get jobs is a disaster. I would offer an 800 number to anybody who's suffered a rape, and if we got 3 complaints about one person, we would immediately investigate. federal investigation. The FBI would be knocking on doors. We're going to remove you from the show since you have no place here. And apparently we just got a bunch of jerks in the show right now, so I'm going to clear the slate for you.
Thank you.
And clear off things here for all of us. Robert Conrad has died at age 84. Actor in Wild Wild West. I grew up watching him right over here on the show. He was a pretty amazing guy. He came off as like the leading actor, and when we were watching TV, we always, we're always impressed with the big leading actor kind of thing. Usually we see the big leading actors in movies. Back in the old days, before my time, you'd have Cary Grant, Clark Gable. Well, this guy carried himself in a way that, embodied masculinity and this idea that he could do anything. And it kind of created the action hero personality, the real action hero of the Old West. Robert Conrad, R.I.P. Okay, Sarah's here. She's going to give you a little of her time. I'll be back, but before I go, I have to make a new title. I'm going to pick a new font and pass the torch to Sarah.
Maybe it's just Southern California people.
Yeah, so I'm not sure exactly what I'm doing, but
I don't know what you're doing either.
Yeah, but I'm just going to do it.
Did Conrad West do his own stunts? Maybe, I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, that's a good question. Whoa, that's pretty well weird. Yeah. I accidentally hit delete on my last run through here, so I could spend hours doing this. I'll just leave it as that for now. That's really funky. Okay. See you in a bit. Thank you.
Okay. There needs to be safeguards in place. Okay. Yeah, I don't know anything about Robert Conrad or Wild Wild West. That was definitely before my time. I think I watched a remake of that. Well, maxed out credit. Do you pray? Well, I was reading that, I was reading about Mr. Rogers, and his wife said every morning he would pray. I've used to pray, but then, there's this thing about taking the Lord's name in vain. And to me, I've decided that taking the Lord's name in vain might be saying, oh God, please help me, and all these things, when it's like for vanity reasons, and not, let God just be. Okay, Eric, I can't read further than a paragraph in that. I'll leave it for David to watch later, but that's it. Yeah, I just talked to my father yesterday. He's doing better than he thought he was before yesterday. So, my dad is doing great. Well, I have conversations, sure. There's no stunts I do on this show, so that's good. Okay. Decided I just had to mute myself over it on YouTube. That was weird. Okay. Oh, he has problems. Is that why he retired? My birthday was good, calm. Not a lot of drama, no fuss, no muss. I went to work. David gave me a beautiful bouquet of tulips and then some other things that I'm very thankful for. Some other gifts, and that's it. Yes, definitely. Internet tough guy. Yes, well, I am much younger than David, so I work. David's retired. I'm much younger than him. Yeah, it was good. And it was cool. David made cupcakes for my students, and they all liked them. Oh, wait, I thought... Unable? Never mind. I misread your statement. He's always able to satisfy me. More than satisfy me. God. Yeah, a few people sang happy birthday to me, and yeah, I just went around about doing life as normal. And then today we went out and had some of my favorite food, pizza. They don't know him, Rodney. They've never met him and never will meet him. I always thought that Rodney was KY, that character over at iVlog. Is that the same person or no? I just say my friends. These cupcakes are for my friend. No, I don't. Did Washington use a false pretext for its bloody escalation in Iraq? The gray zone. I don't want to talk to you all about my personal life, so with David, it's tricky. I have a personal life with David. He has this political show. I have a professional life. I do talk about a lot of different things, but I'd just rather not talk about that. And I also have my personal life with my family. It's better to just probably talk about the weather than talk about politics. I will say, I told David that this morning I'd watched part of the debate with you all last night. And two things that really struck me today that were really kind of stuck with me that I really did not like is I did not like Elizabeth Warren saying she wanted to make laws specifying specific races in order to, in her words, she wants to do it. I understand she thinks she has good intention. She thinks she wants to do it to help particular races. But I really feel like that is a slippery slope to help particular races, because then it doesn't bring people together. It's still separating people out. And then another thing that I really didn't like about the debate last night is when Tom Steyer, I was liking some of what he was saying until he said that he wanted reparations for African Americans. And I feel like, you know, women have finally had the vote for 100 years. The Civil War ended long before women even had the right to vote. And I just feel that reparations is not the answer. I would prefer something like David says, which is give money to all U.S. adult citizens every single month. And then that will help the economy. Thank you for loving me. If you're tired, you should sleep. So if anyone, I liked what Yang had to say. He kept trying to go back to his $1,000 a month thing. But he didn't get much airtime last night. I did tend to like some of what Amy Klobuchar said, but anyway, what don't you like about Yang? Why do you care where I sleep and where David sleeps? Who cares? David and I have different times that we sleep. I go to sleep earlier. Lately, this past week I've been a little tired because I've been staying up till 10:30 watching some television shows, even though I told myself I would not watch television during school nights. And then so I've been staying up till 10:30. And David usually stays up way later than I do. And I wake up earlier than David does, and David wakes up later than I do, generally speaking. First contact, something in space is sending Earth signals like clockwork, and scientists don't know why. Well then, yes, I sleep in the same bed. Just at different times. No, we're in the same bed at the same time, but like I said, I go to sleep earlier, he goes to sleep later. On a very large bed. A king-size bed. I've never tried the raw eggs as shampoo, and I don't think I would want to. No antique? No. Yeah, most of the time I eat David's cooking. It's fine. There's only been once or twice in my whole life that I did not like David's cooking. Most of the time it tastes good. It's fine. Who are you, internet tough guy, anyway? Just someone trying to get under my skin. Sarah, you need a restraining order for Von Live trolls. You're right, Scissor Fight, I probably need to just stop responding. Why? Why do you say that, Rodney? My disgust at the show in general? Is that what my face says? Probably. Beijing is beginning mass arrests of suspected virus patients, and more quarantine centers have been set up at U.S. military bases. But there is a push to ensure the food supply in hot zones. I hope I inspire you to do good. I don't want to look at that link from Donatella. What is it? How am I supposed to trust that, Donatella? No. Well, on the bright side, today is Saturday, so. And tomorrow's Sunday, but. Yeah, you're probably right, Metanemesis. I agree. Globochar is rising. Not lately, Rodney, because we haven't run the spa this winter. We drained it last summer before we went on our trip, and we haven't filled it since. And David's gonna say, why did he say things? I don't know, never mind. When you see me, I bring sunshine. That's how I felt about Mr. Rogers, so. He brought me sunshine. Oh, I didn't know the Oscars is tomorrow. Exactly. I don't click links on Vaughn Live either. Too many viruses, possibly. Yeah. The storms are brewing in her eyes, that one.
Want me to warm your pizza for you? Or do you want to do that yourself?
I almost don't even want it today. I think
Okay,
I'll
put it away for
put
now.
it away, yeah.
All right. I'll wrap it up for you.
I have no idea what you're talking about, G. Gordon Liddy, aka Mad Dog. Prosecutors from our culture are disqualified, in your honest opinion, for President of the United States. Good. I thank you. Thanks, Meta-Nemesis. Yeah. I agree. Very. David is amazing. A plant on your desk reduces workplace stress. It probably helps you breathe more oxygen as well.
All right. Thank you for the break.
That's probably one of the reasons it reduces workplace stress. I need to just water my plants that I now have in the workplace. I had all my students plant seeds on Friday.
Oh yeah.
That was their birthday gift to me. They don't know it. No. It's also because we're studying life, or we're studying ecosystems, so we're studying plants and animals and stuff. So I had them plant seeds, and we taught, and we went, and it's been so crazy raining here.
It has. We had a massive amount of rain.
We have like this area in our schoolyard that actually where the storm drains are going in, and it's water's. There's been a huge runoff on the hill, like down this particular spot for many years, and it's always been flooded in that spot. But they put in 2 storm drains, so that's helped. But there's been so much water that it's actually like growing peat moss or growing moss in there. So we've been learning about different habitats, including wetlands. And I'm like, hey kids, let's go check out the wetlands.
Yeah,
See
really.
how it's growing plants? Those are plants that would grow in a wetland.
Like moss and everything, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
We've had a tremendous amount of rain. Every year it gets more rain here, which I can definitely see climate changes going on everywhere I turn. And I've seen them spraying above the skies too on a daily basis too. Yeah, so. Oh, you have avocado plants? I love avocados.
Yeah,
You know, they've been
hard
hijacking
to grow
avocado
here.
trucks out there. People
Wow.
have been stealing avocado trucks filled with avocados because they're so in demand. They know they can sell them for cheap.
That's pretty cool. Yeah.
I haven't told you I've been swimming in the swim spa every day since Sarah drained it. No. I have not said that.
Yeah, he didn't say
I never
that.
said I was swimming.
I don't think he did say he was swimming.
I do swim when I can, wherever I can, but
He
I
does
swam this
love.
summer.
David does love swimming,
I swam this summer at a couple of hotels. It was nice.
and anywhere he can swim.
Yeah, I
He
would swim
loves
every day.
swimming.
You know, we chose to drain it because of the repair that had to go on it too.
Yep.
Yeah, I had to do a complete overhaul on it. I just haven't filled it yet. I figured
Yes.
I'll wait till the winter is over before I fill it again. No, I can't afford the heater, Rod. Yeah. No, it's only about $50 a month to run the heater, but
Bye, Rodney.
yeah, sorry you couldn't come in here, Rodney. But yeah, it's why waste the money and why keep it running constantly when, winter is winter. It's bad either way, right? Thank you.
I wouldn't want to swim in the winter, that's for sure. I don't like getting out of the water into the cold air. That's just not good.
Draining the spa is I'm actually working on a different system completely out there. So when you get out of the spa, it's 30 degrees and it's so cold that Sarah never wanted to use it. So we couldn't even both use it. Klobuchar's prosecutor past could haunt her presidential bid. A lot of people don't like the way she prosecuted. And people don't like her aggressive attitude. A sweeter woman would be nicer in this position. And I don't mean Hillary either.
I don't
she's not
know.
very sweet.
You know what? Maybe that's the thing. People want, they're afraid to put in a sweet woman. They want a strong woman who's gonna
I know.
take names.
But the American people want the reason why they want a woman as president is because they don't want war. They don't want a fighting, constantly overcompensating woman who's going to create war all over the place. That's what these, they call them ball busters, aggressive barracuda women like Klobuchar and Hillary. Ball busters. That's not going to get things done. No, in fact, that'll put us closer to war, I think. Yeah, we want a woman because we want a much more talkative approach, diplomacy. We want a person who's willing to compromise. We don't want this overcompensation for being a woman. That's my position. It's not Sarah's, and so she can have whatever position she wants. I don't get IMs anymore, Real Man's Pilot. They were taken from me. Wow. Some modeling career there. Yeah, thanks for warning me about the link. Yeah, the Polar Bear Club is for people that want to have a heart attack. You think Justin Trudeau is a woman? Wow, you're the first person to ever suggest that Justin Trudeau is a transgender. R.I.P. to Robert Conrad, age 84, leader of the Wild Wild West, icon to the world, actor extraordinaire, powerful man, truly. Had a lot of really good acting days. Most people respect him greatly. And so, R.I.P. Robert Conrad, 84 years old. What about the Breitbart connection? What are you talking about, Breitbart connection? You mean the Breitbart connection to Donald Trump, to Andrew Breitbart being killed, Steve Bannon? What about the Breitbart connection? Robert was Andrew Breitbart's father-in-law? Oh, I didn't even know that. See, somebody was trying to say, did you know who he was related to? Andrew Breitbart. Who cares? At this point, who cares about talking about Robert Conrad? I mean, he died. I mean, what more can we say? Moving on. Come on, man. I don't want to bring up Andrew Breitbart. What do you care? He was killed. Yeah, Andrew Breitbart was taken out, man. Yeah, he was murdered. I know, man. That's what I believe, too. Okay. Life buoy vector. What is that? You sending me a life raft? That's weird. Chinese eat baby soup for sex? I can't even look at that. Who sent me that picture? That is insane. That is the sickest picture I've seen. Who sent that to me? A fungi was found in Chernobyl that feeds on radiation. Could protect astronauts. In Chernobyl? Oh, you mean going through the Van Allen belts? Yeah, have fungus among us, all around us. A fungi running. Sure. Our astronauts will be fully equipped with the famous anti-radiation fungus, which will give us the ability to travel through to many, many planets without encountering much radiation problems. Come on, Dave, pull it together. A fungi amongi. This organism could be used to protect humans and equipment on the International Space Station. Yeah, okay, sure. You mean the underwater photography studio? Oh, yeah. So scientists have discovered that a strand of fungi in the Chernobyl nuclear power plant feeds on radiation, according to a Thursday report by Express. The fungi was first found at Chernobyl in 1991, 5 years after the nuclear reactor exploded, but scientists have just recently found that its properties could help protect people from radiation. That's fascinating. Hallelujah, and thank you for, see, another good thing Ukraine has offered, Chernobyl. People are dying. People are sick. How dare you? I should be in school. This woman was walking around in China. We played this earlier. I'll play it again. LiveLeak has it. She's walking around in China and a helicopter or drone flew over her. And this is what they're doing. They're telling people to wear masks. The Chinese government is flying drones all around its population. Yes, you'd better go back home and don't forget to wash your hands. And yes, you see, we'll be telling people not to walk. Now a drone is watching you. Big Brother is watching. Hey, you dude with a pink coat on your motorbike. Yeah, it's you. Wear your mask, wear your mask. So it's Big Brother watching, and the technology's there, and I'm over here. Yeah, I just am quite shocked that we're seeing a overall police state forming left and right. And what's really interesting is the New World Order is taking on the dimension of the police state. All the while, we're sitting here watching. You see, we're trained viewers. We're expert, vicarious viewers. We don't do much to change the world. We just view. We're watching. We are the people. We are watching what the elites do. And they're taking more and more advantage of drone technology without any afterthought or remorse. And they will stick it to us. Oh, pretty soon we'll be, in order to go outside, we'll have to bend over and have a full body cavity search by a computer or a robot. I'm sure that's the name. Oh, you want that? Okay. Well, that. You sound a little. You should hang out in West Hollywood or something. Bernie Sanders once compared himself favorably to a Nicaraguan strongman, Daniel Ortega. I know. Bernie Sanders is a communist. Plain and simple. He's posing as a social democrat. Elizabeth Warren is a communist. Pete Buttigieg is a communist. His father started the Communist Society. I know that's. Yeah. Amazing, isn't it? Huh. Hey, we got some bad bad stuff we found last night. In my searches of the internet, I ran into this, looking for more information on Bill Gates and the coronavirus. And I encountered this huge bit of information that Bill Gates, on Epstein's jet the same year, an engineer at his location in Washington, on Lake Washington, at the Gates house, was arrested for child porn. His engineer, his media engineer, was arrested for child porn in 2013 with 6,500 files of child pornography and is serving time for it. Check this out. This will blow your mind. I mean, look at this. Yeah, this is quite a link. You know how you search the internet, Max, and you finally run into a link that kind of grabs you? This really kind of blows me away. So his media guy, the guy in charge of Bill Gates' computers, had 6,500 images of child pornography on it. Yet they blame just the media guy, not Bill Gates. Yeah, and now you're wondering why Bill Gates went to Jeffrey Epstein's house 3 or 4 times that we know of? Yeah. And now Bill Gates' name and signature is on the coronavirus with the patent that he's holding. This is unbelievable. In defense of the Chinese government, I would have to wonder if our government was involved, or Bill Gates was involved in some sort of secret mission to create a coronavirus vaccine. But they're saying it's like a year away. I don't get it. I mean, why would they be working on this for all this time? Thank you. I'll take it.
Of course, it's running.
Oh.
I didn't hit 1 or 2.
Hey, big guy, how you doing?
Yeah, hello, Mr. Sparham.
Yeah, can I help you?
I was assuming it's
What's that? What can I do? I'm not your boy, but what can I do for your son? Oh, look, I don't take racist comments.
My
from
view
people.
is that crime does follow drugs. In the 70s and 80s, we saw so many lives destroyed by drug abuse. And I think the drugs today are more powerful, they're more addictive, and they can destroy even more lives. Young people have their lives destroyed. I, as you know, am dubious about marijuana. If states, can pass whatever laws they choose, but I'm not sure we're going to be a better, healthier nation that if we have marijuana being sold at every corner grocery store. I just don't think that's going to be good for us, and we'll have to work our way through that. I see a line in the Washington Post today that I remember from the 80s. This one was, if you smoke, marijuana is a cure for opiate abuse. Give me a break. I mean, this is the kind of argument that has been made out there to just almost a desperate attempt to defend
This is some good shit.
Okay, yeah. I support legalization, as you know, and many people like Pete Buttigieg don't. It's kind of a weird thing. Plus, this guy is, his father founded the Communist Society. I'm not kidding. Remember that his father founded the Communist Society. It was a confirmed communist. Yeah. No one should be surprised that Pete Buttigieg claims that Jesus was born a refugee. What a complete Bible ignoramus. Remember that he also claims God made him a homosexual, that God's primary concern is climate change, and that a baby is not a human being or alive until he or she draws the first breath outside the mother's womb. We should not be surprised Pete's father, Joseph Buttigieg, was the founder of the International Gramsci Society. Antonio Gramsci is perhaps second only to Karl Marx in advancing communist theory, which means that Joseph Buttigieg, although a Notre Dame professor for 40 years, was a confirmed communist. Yeah. You gotta wonder, man. Unbelievable. Whew. Now you got something from a man alleging, a rape on the grounds of a New Delhi. Is this right? Okay, let's play that. The embassy in New Delhi. Man alleges he rapes a 5-year-old girl on the grounds of the U.S. Embassy in New Delhi. Wow. A man has been arrested on suspicion of raping a 5-year-old on the grounds of the U.S. Embassy in New Delhi. I've said that 4 times. The 25-year-old suspect was taken into custody after child's parents reported the incident. Police told the Press Trust of India. The child is in stable condition after being assessed by doctors. This is unbelievable stuff. I mean, how horrible. Dave, the pot is legal in Canada. Yeah, I know. You asked for CBD oil for pain relief at a hospital and they just laughed? Huh. Yeah, hospitals are completely out to lunch. Today is Saturday. Where have you been? Sleeping? Coming down off ecstasy or meth? Friday night was pretty tough. You still think it's Friday night. Are you like glazed in the belladonic haze of wonderment? Well, Big Pharma's hitting a lot of people in the wrong area. I'm hearing people are using sleep aids like Ambien still, with all those side effects of sleepwalking and delusions. I can't believe people are being prescribed Ambien. And I know a lot of people are like hooked on Oxycontin, I guess you guys use. I just can't imagine taking drugs like that. You must really be wanting to kill the pain of life. I mean, even pot would probably give you some relief, but it's not addictive, so why not legalize it? Wow. Is Pete Buttigieg a serial murderer? I've heard some bad things talked about this guy, but that's off the roll. I mean, that's like out there. That's weird. This is up there with... Whoa. This is up there with the accusations Tory Smith made of Mike Pence being a child rapist and murderer, according to Tory Smith. Well, I can't wait. I mean, as soon as it queues up. Oh, you're on ecstasy? That's what you like? Some people are actually...
Look at this, guys. This is too funny.
Whoa.
And there's an important lesson to be learned from tweets like this. This is an interesting story. Teen arrested in 1998 for dog slaying. A local teen, Peter Buttigieg, has been arrested on suspicion of the recent killings of at least 5 dogs.
Whoa.
Authorities say they were able to locate the suspected individual thanks to testimony of witnesses who saw the...
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you more truth. Can you believe this? This is amazing.
Teen allegedly strangling a stray dog. Okay, and then there's this little photo that goes with it. Now, the funniest thing about this article, which is fake, ladies and gentlemen. All right, it's not real. You can search the South Bend newspaper archives, and there is nothing like this for August 30th, 1998. So it's pretty clear this is totally fake. Plus, we have the picture of little Mayor Peter as a teenager, but this is a photo from the year 2000. Okay, so if you're using your critical thinking skills, it's pretty easy to tell right off the bat that...
Whoa, this is trying to debunk the story, claiming it's not him. This is BS. Here's the link, yeah. That looks like Peter Buttigieg is a serial dog killer. I don't care if they have a picture. No, I don't believe that's 1998 at all. I'm being hosed, man. I'm being DDoSed. The very fact that I can even get a signal to you is the sign that things are going well, but this is weird. I'm being DDoSed right now. I'm not going to play that till later. It's definitely going to go in my lineup, okay? But wow. Buffering ruined it, but we got the whole message out. You got the message, but that guy was trying to say, no, that picture's from 2000. Sorry. Prove it to me. No, it might have been a yearbook posting in 1998 that they just used again because he wasn't appearing for his pictures that year. Yeah, it's very likely his real picture, yeah. I think this is really very, very weird. The fact that Pete Buttigieg could have been a serial dog killer, his father being a Communist Party member. Wow. It's enough for one night, right? John Lithgow is worried about starring in Broadway's Hillary and Clinton. Yeah, people don't like the Clintons that much, so he's worried about it. And he's a great actor, don't get me wrong. Or, okay, get me wrong.
I'm wondering what Bill and Hillary are going to think of this. They've come to see me in a play, and I've met them backstage. I know these people very slightly, and I admire them both tremendously. If they come, it's certainly to be an extraordinary experience. I'm not sure.
Okay, we're having problems on that download too. See, we're being DDoS somehow. Our VPN is being attacked. But it's memorable. Memorable. I'll play it later. Memorable. Let's see if it's coming out of YouTube. I'm gonna play a link from a man who talked about 9/11 in a way that almost seems like he was lying. Let's see if the whole thing is being DDoSed. If this slows down, I know it's local.
Jack, tell me what was going through your mind when you were shooting that stuff. When I first got on the scene, it was like I've never seen before. People getting ready to, the helpless people at the top of the building, waving their hands, ready to leap out of the building, overcome by smoke. I got on the scene and basically.
Okay, my reception at 153 is better for some reason.
But it was it. Good to see you alive. Yeah, you too.
This is right after 9/11, okay? Does that make sense? Yeah. Does this look like a canned interview? This is right after the first responders 20 years ago took out, the Trade Center. You know what I'm talking about? He's having a good time, It's like being a bada bing, bada boom, Yeah, I don't know, man. It looks a little fake to me. You're going to ride your motorcycle from Bunker Hill, Mass. to D.C.? Wow. I support the fact that you're putting ATP out there. At third party is the smallest area you can comprise the logo. You can do any kind of lettering you want. Right. At third party, yeah, it's whatever you make, disguise the limit, whatever you want to do. If you put at third party there, it directs them to Twitter at least. That's our only access point that's small. AmericasThirdParty.com is the other one you could use. I'm going to come up with any kind of a new font. I'm trying random fonts. That'll work. Okay, Battle of Blair Mountain was the largest labor uprising in United States history and the largest armed uprising since the American Civil War. The conflict occurred in Logan County, West Virginia as part of the Coal Wars, a series of the early 20th century labor disputes in Appalachia. And here we have a potential flare-up over gun rights in Virginia. And I'm seeing no real progress from Donald Trump at all. Nice try. We got you covered. You almost got it out there. You beat me to it. Hey, Dave. Hey, guest 860. You want some Castle Spawn on? Really? Okay, well, I was going to cover this story. the story that Justin Haskins, Sanders, AOC, and other socialists are wrong. Socialism is a cause of poverty, not the cure. Yeah, I want to run that story because it kind of fits my concern about socialism. Bernie Sanders and his fellow Representative Ocasio-Cortez said that the only way to end poverty in America is to destroy the economic system that made the U.S. the most powerful and prosperous country on earth and the land of opportunity. Yeah, the claim by the senator from Vermont and the congressman from New York is a dangerous lie that ignores economics, history, and reality. It makes as much sense as telling a family you will burn down their house so they can get a better one. But then failing to build anything of value on top of the ashes after their home goes up in flames. Sanders and Cortez have become the most prominent faces of a radicalized Democratic Party that has moved further left than any time in American history. Not long ago, they would have been considered fringe extremists with no chance of winning elections to a federal office. It would devastate our country to have the leftist Democratic regime push for more spending and taxing. You see, the thing about hybrid capitalism that makes it such a viable solution for America is the government runs like a machine, like a business would. It gets a return on investment. And our plan of hybrid capitalism actually encourages the growth of new industries with our infrastructure bank idea and getting the government to essentially tax you less. Right, I have a little clip here I'm going to show you. Right, hybrid capitalism solutions for America don't fit into the socialist category. They're completely different. They're not designed to give the government greater advantage. We want to keep the government's advantage no different than any other private enterprise. So it's essentially the government competing in the free market. Now, the Democrats don't have this concept. We wrote a book about it in 2012 called Hybrid Capitalism. And the concept is pretty basic. We get a return on investment when the government does things. Like, say the government created generic pharmaceuticals. We obviously would like to get those, right? Well, we could partner up with a generic pharmaceutical company to do that and very easily get money back for every dollar you spend on your pharmaceuticals. And this hits a large portion of people that don't even take drugs now because they're too expensive. There are a lot of people out there that just simply can't afford medicine because of the cost now. So opportunities, the government could be involved in at least helping regulate the growth of marijuana. Would be a great earned income, 10% for the grower, 10% tax on the transporter, and 10% on the retailer. You pay an extra value-added 30% tax in the cost of your item, which is absorbed by the system. Right now, they're running a 42% tax in Washington State that the government of Washington gets as a return. That's almost unsustainable. It's almost killing the business itself. But at 30% total, we can keep that business alive and make it prosper and thrive nationwide. So these are just ideas as part of the hybrid capitalist concept that Sarah and I created. Nothing like socialism, but some people have confused it for socialism because the government's involved. But it makes the government run like a business. That's the key. And something the New World Order would not want for our country to run like a business. They want to fleece everybody of their tax dollars. They want to weaken all of you, take your money. They want to poison you with drugs and from a big pharma, and they want to stick crap in your food and your water, and then gradually make you a patient in a hospital. Yeah, thank you. Hello, Sweden, Belize, Wales. Hello, good evening. Guam, Isle of Man, and Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania. But many of you would probably grow marijuana in your backyard if you had the ability to do it and knew it wouldn't be a violation of any kind. So if the government would just get on the same page, Donald Trump has been so backward in his inability to accept legalization. It's not even funny, it's sick. We could actually power our vehicles with renewable energy created from hempoline, which is similar to diesel. We can do all kinds of things with growth industries like I was saying last night. Hemp production would span out into all different directions. Hempcrete, the creation of durable concrete-like products made with hemp, stronger than concrete by far because of all the fibers. Hempsulation, which is mold proof. So mold doesn't happen around this hempsulation when they blow it into a house. We could do all of our rebuilds on houses with hempsulation. And that would automatically lower the cost of the heating bill and have a guarantee against any flood damage, because you can drain the walls with hempsulation and they'll air out, whereas standard insulation gets all moldy. Hey, you keep trying to extort money from me, I'm taking it to the FBI too, not just Periscope. So you just walk right into that trap. I'll be glad to take you there. Okay, Bernie Sanders was, speaking of people that are just not too hep, Bernie Sanders was pissed when Elizabeth Warren accused him of sucking up to the billionaires at the debate. Okay.
She came in from Nashville, Tennessee. It says billionaire Michael Bloomberg has entered the race and just got the endorsement of a former Trump Navy secretary. Why do you think you are better positioned than Bloomberg to beat Trump, Senator Warren?
Look, I don't think anyone ought to be able to buy their way into a nomination or to be president of the United States. I don't think any billionaire ought to be able to do it, and I don't think people who suck up to billionaires in order to fund their campaigns ought to do it. I heard everyone here talking about, as Democrats, we all want to overturn Citizens United because we want to end this unlimited spending. Yeah, except everyone on this stage, except Amy and me, is either a billionaire or is receiving help from PACs that can do unlimited spending. So if you really want to live where you say, then put your money where your mouth is and say no to the PACs. Look, I think the way we build a democracy going forward is not billionaires reaching in their own pockets or people sucking up to billionaires. The way we build it going forward is we have a grassroots movement funded from the grassroots up. That's the way I'm running this campaign. If you think it's the right way to run a campaign, go to ElizabethWarren.com and pitch in $5 because understand this. Our democracy hangs in the balance. If we have to fund through billionaires, then we're just going to be in America. It's going to work better and better for billionaires and not for anyone else.
So I can't stand the big money in politics. And one of my major focuses is going to be on passing that constitutional amendment to overturn Citizens United. I didn't come from money. And I just simply think people don't look at the guy in the White House and say, can we get someone richer? I don't think they think that. They want to have someone that they can understand. And you know my background. My grandpa was an iron ore miner. He worked 1,500 feet underground in the mines his whole life. He couldn't even graduate from high school because he had to raise his 9 brothers and sisters. My grandpa saved money in a coffee can to send my dad to a 2-year community college. That was my family's trust. And you can't send, like Donald Trump got from his family, you can't fit $413 million in a coffee can. My mom grew up and wanted to be a teacher in Wisconsin. She moved to Minnesota. She taught 2nd grade until she was 70 years old. And no, I am not a billionaire, but I stand before you today.
I'm sorry, I did not sign up to Amy Klobuchar's personal life. Yeah. I'm not going to wade through all that to hear those two Democrats throw some mud at each other. My God. You can donate if you are a U.S. citizen, sure. Absolutely. Anybody even with joint Canadian U.S. citizenship can donate. No, if you're a U.S. citizen as well as a Canadian citizen, there are a lot of people with dual citizenship. Thank you. Yeah, joint. Gidget, the Gidget candidate. You think she looks like Gidget? Really? I think her years as a prosecutor will catch up to her. She's got a lot of people at a history of prosecutions that'll probably be picked over with a fine-tooth comb. She's probably got a lot of dirt on her. I don't really care, though. But, you know, I welcome her to try to beat Donald Trump. But Donald Trump has got one thing going for him that she doesn't have. And I normally don't say good things about Donald Trump, but what Donald Trump does extremely well is he says the same message over and over and over again. People like that. She just spit 15 different messages out at one time, and people can't get that. They like the simple imagery that Donald Trump presents. That's why he's been successful among his followers, because they're brain dead. But frankly, nobody wants to think anymore. They'd rather just, hang out and listen to somebody say the same thing over and over again. Sad truth. Winning. Yeah. So, Donald Trump has been able to convince people of his innocence by simply saying, I would never lie, when he's been caught lying over 15,000 times now. So simply saying over and over again he's not a liar has won him over with his people. They believe him. There's nothing that he could say, that anyone could say, that would correct them, because even if you bring out the truth, he won't believe it, or no one will believe it. Adam Schiff laid out all the different lies that he's engaged in. I didn't know Lev Parnas. We've seen you with Lev Parnas privately. We've heard a conversation with the two of you. We've seen 10 pictures of the two of you together. I never met Lev Parnas. Give me a... Well, don't. Just stop lying, Donald. We know you're lying about that. And you Republicans should know that. But Donald Trump repeats himself, oh, I'm not a liar. You believe him. That's what's going on. And until the Republicans believe otherwise, that Donald Trump is not lying, or rather that he is lying, the Republicans will never really understand that Trump is deceiving the American people and working for other forces. Trump has a lot of people pulling his strings right now. He's like a puppet. Oh, whatever you want, Vladimir, whatever you want. You're working through Mitch McConnell. I know you've got your people. You're going to make sure the impeachment goes away. I'm so thankful. And please don't show the sex tape. I'm sure he's on the phone on his private cell phone right now talking to Vladimir Putin. Yes, I would do it. Will you want us to send the troops to Venezuela? Okay. He'll probably send a few contingencies. So he wants to get Juan Guaido back in power. So I wouldn't doubt Trump is going to send a few thousand troops to Venezuela. That's how stupid he is. Starting a war down in Venezuela. Oh, that would be perfect for him. And it would play right into the New World Order. They want Russia and the U.S. to parse off. They want to see whose weapons can beat each other, and they want people in the middle to see who can survive. So, perfect place would be Venezuela, the most oil-rich part of the entire world, to have a massive war between Russia and the U.S. Ground war, mind you. The worst kind of war. Conventional war. Oh, yeah. So don't put that past Trump and Vladimir Putin both going after each other, eventually. They could be made into brutal enemies. Right now he's talking. But the people that are pulling both of those puppet strings could easily pull this puppet over here and this puppet over here and have you fight. You people would be the ones to send your sons and daughters off to war. That's the mindset of the New World Order. They don't care about people. Remember, they want to depopulate the earth by 90%. I mean, that in and of itself tells you we're being played. You got that article? Okay. It's weird. Facebook's really acting strange. Tommy, that article is not working. I don't know what you sent me, man, but that video is not playing. Very weird. You're not going to believe this, folks, but is it playing for you? Oh, now it's playing. Hang on. Here is Elizabeth Warren hiding from the cameras from getting off a private jet. It could be my download problem. Here's a woman that acts like she's never taken money from PACs. Yet she's worked her angles every which way to get money, and she's worth $12.5 million. Here she is getting off a plane pretending like she's not getting off this Lear. Oh yeah, she pretends like she's one of the people, but she's got a net worth of $12.5 million, and she's the one yelling at everybody else for being billionaires or sucking up to billionaires. Oh yeah. Here's some of the staff members. There she is. at that. She purposely stayed behind that angle to the camera.
Senator Bernie Sanders won't stop talking about climate change.
Donald Trump spoke last night, but somehow he forgot to mention the words climate change.
Bernie, you forgot to mention the words chemtrails. Yeah, you know, the Democrats keep talking about climate change. Of course, we're seeing changes in our climate. It's natural. But, and the Republicans can deny it all they want. They've been a very big standing disgrace in that department. But both parties refuse to acknowledge the possibility that we're being purposely weather modified. I can't discuss climate change at all until we start discussing chemtrails. It's absurd to think that the chemicals that they're dumping in the skies above us have not caused the climate problem. In fact, the heavy metals in the sky are far more worse than carbon coming out your butt. Chemtrails are part of America now, and we're supposed to just sit back and accept it. And the Democrats won't even mention it, because if you do, you're a whack job. Oh, but they're the ones now talking about how we need to do stratospheric aerosol injection to help prevent climate change. Like what? Spraying things in the sky. They somehow believe that we'll achieve a cleaner sky by putting more chemicals in the air. Can you imagine the stupidity of that? Poughkeepsie, Belize, Hahukas, below normal in Hoboken. Yeah, Topeka. We expected that from Topeka. Okay. Insane Canadian just ran into this common thing that we've been having, a very big discussion. Meet the dark money behind Elizabeth Warren's rise. Thank you. No, this is serious. You're working on shutting Vaughn, iBlog, and YouTube as we speak? You're going to turn every channel off? Check this out, folks. Let me copy this. Are you seeing this, Scissor Fight? Are you not seriously interested in what the hell he's saying? Yeah. It's amazing. Wow. No, our hybrid capitalism doesn't apply specific imprints culture. No, in fact, we're dedicated to little bits of economic brilliance, all combined. You've got various elements of the Chicago school, the Keynesian model, all mixed together. Even socialism has a little part insofar as we want to take down monopolies. Just read the book. It's nothing like what you're describing. Okay, well, thank you for getting rid of the guy, but you see what he's trying to do. I'm not even bother copying it. He's been trying to extort money from our show, and he effectively shut down Periscope. I've got to go contact Periscope. Yeah. We'll just keep opening a new broadcast as he continues trying to attack us. He's using a Tor hammer, and there are some ways of evading the Tor hammer. It doesn't matter. He's still going to use the Tor hammer on us. Yeah, and if you could research this too, Max, look up ways of stopping the Tor hammer, because we're going to have to work on a workaround. This guy is a professional who's trying to hack our show and try to extort money from us. He claims he's Russian. I've already copied his names and all the information about him. All right, yeah, look into anything that can stop the Tor hammer from your perspective. Piers Robinson and the docu report. Okay.
Part of the history, the OPCW story is about the investigation.
Okay, let's take a look at that. Pull this down. before we're going to do that, let's take a look at these. Meet the dark money behind Elizabeth Warren's rise. This anti-corruption candidate granted access to coalition that championed her appointment to Wall Street's watchdog. Presidential hopeful Senator Warren has staked her campaign on doing away with the financial relationships she says have corroded government and made it a playground for the wealthy and connected. She's pledged not to take a dime of PAC money or a single check from a federal lobbyist. Well, if you don't have any money and you don't have any connections, Warren said in a speech announcing her presidential campaign, Washington doesn't want to hear from you. But the purity test Warren has established for herself and her rivals on the campaign trail, where she routinely criticizes opponents for hobnobbing with wealthy donors, stands in stark contrast to the action she took as she ascended the political ladder when she maintained a close relationship with a dark money group led by some American most powerful labor unions and interest groups. The group championed her rise from Harvard Law to the Obama administration and the Senate. And as the head of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, it's the CFPB, the Obama administration's consumer watchdog, Warren rewarded Americans for Financial Reform, AFR, which pressured the Obama administration to appoint her to the post in the first place. She gave the group unparalleled access to the CFPB while she led the agency, meeting with the AFR associates on twice as many occasions as she did with any other Washington, D.C. interest group. And as a member of the Senate, she's supported bills backed by the group. On the campaign trail, she has issued proposals that would benefit leaders of the group. So she's working the sidelines like Barack Obama did with the SEIU, the Service Employees International Union, when they were the big movers that handled Obamacare and profited from it. Same with her, with the CFPB, Consumer Protection. All of this gives favor to certain people, and she used that to get donations. I don't have Russians after you. We've got people trying to stop our show at iVlog. These people don't have balls, Scissor Fight. They absolutely are working for the underworld. They know that a third party is the worst thing on their agenda, on their horizon. Really? They mentioned ATP in the third hour of The Irishman? Seriously? Are you serious? I'll have to look at that. That'll give me an incentive to watch the whole movie. Thank you. I was not really going to watch the whole movie because it was kind of boring after the first half hour. Okay, here's a little story about the Tor server. I'll look at that. Tor Hammer, a tool with a slow rate DDoS impact on Apache servers. Yeah. Well, we'll have to find out a way to bypass it because he's using it on our Periscope show. Oh, okay, they talk about the need for a third party. Well, a lot of people talk about the need for a third party in America, but they don't understand that a third party like ours, the average grassroots people, Americans coming in to gather to do this, is being shut down everywhere they turn. They'd rather have a third party born out of some corruptible person like Gary Johnson, who basically gave a bad name for what we're doing. Gary Johnson's behavior throughout the past couple of years has been atrocious. From pretending to have a heart attack when talking about pot use to sticking his tongue out. This is the third party candidate they stuck in place of me in 2012.
And based on that, I think I could stand up there for the whole debate and not say.
Yeah. They don't want anyone to take third parties seriously. Okay, I'll take a look at that too. Thanks for researching that. Well, I don't track IPs. That's the thing. If he rears his ugly head, then you guys would be able to see that. I'm not allowed to track IPs. That's a term of service violation. Okay. This is from new information on the death toll from the coronavirus? Thank you. Third most morbid, dead bodies are being burned on the outskirts of the city. The death numbers are way higher than the CCP is letting on out. Things are really, really bad. Wow. Super Saver. Bodies, a lot of bodies, yeah. Cremating the bodies so that they don't spread the disease. Now, the problem with that is, can viruses escape through smoke? Some people don't even burn the Ebola victims because of the danger Ebola will spread through the smoke. Maybe they don't know that. Maybe they don't know that cremation in an open area is safe. See, the way that China has been dealing with this crisis and the way Xi Jinping has responded by evacuating a city that was contaminated, it shows me one of two things. Either the man is incompetent, that's concerning me, that the leader of China is incompetent, or he's willfully allowing the disease to spread because he wants to depopulate his own country. I can't imagine either one of those things being true because the man seems intelligent. Of course, I don't know him personally, but he seems like he's an intelligent person. Of course, he met Donald Trump and they both get along. I don't know. I'm beginning to wonder. Donald Trump is a very smart, intelligent, stable genius. So granted, he would hang out with other very smart, intelligent geniuses like Xi Jinping. Like Trump is very smart.
Is Donald Trump an intellectual? Trust me, I'm like a smart person. I went to the best colleges, or college. I went to Wharton. I had a situation where I was a very excellent student. I'm a person that very strongly believes in academics. I was a nice student. I have a very good brain.
Isn't that hilarious? Max made a good point. You can't just burn bodies in conventional furnaces, right? You have to have cement drying facilities with caps on them. Yeah. Thank you, Max. Yeah, it's amazing to me that we have this, we have an open burning going on in China, which could further contaminate the airwaves. Now remember, these viruses can live in the air for 5 days. They have a protein layer that's 5 layers thick. So if you're seeing the inevitable coronaviruses in the atmosphere, how long does it take air in China to get directly over us? I'm going to say maybe 13 days based on the flow rate and the conditions of weather patterns at any given time. Our air isn't the same air that China is just occupied. We're carrying with us surface air. That's what leads to the weather patterns we have today. But like in the case of the Fukushima problem, when the initial blast from Fukushima occurred, 10 years ago, 9 years ago, they were concerned about how fast the gamma rays would get to us. And they said 13 days would be the initial gamma rays. Cesium, uranium, plutonium, taken 2 years, much heavier. So viruses, I would consider airborne viruses to be fairly light if they are flying in the air. But so I would say 13 days, which is long enough for the virus to become inert. So I don't think that the cremation of the bodies will get to the west coast of California and people are like sitting out there and surfing in California going, hey, dude, surf's up. I'm getting this like weird cough, dude. Yeah, like I should go in and grab a beer, you know? Oh. This is how people talk in California.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something, and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Indeed, I have. Sorry about that loud noise interruption. I'm just inclined to I'm flabbergasted that these people make money. That guy made $14 million on YouTube talking like that. Because YouTube cares only about people that don't make any opinions, especially ones that go against the mainstream media. So if you have an anti-New World Order opinion and you run your mouth off like I do, your subscriber count remains the same for 9 years. My subscriber count at YouTube has actually dropped down in the past 9 years. Even though we send people to our website, which has YouTube on there, and even though you subscribe, they show me as having hardly any subscribers at all, and certainly none that I've acquired over the past 9 years. So, unlike that guy who's made $14 million, we've been suppressed and censored. I know the top earner in 2019 was a 12-year-old kid that reviewed kids' toys, games live. Made $23 million. Yeah. So a lot of these people who are YouTube successes, I'm going to call them YouTube whores for lack of another word. They're not willing or able to speak out about anything. They're told their defined lines. I had a chance. We used to have a guy on our show who became a YouTube star when he joined the Lucis Trust Fund. And Lucis Trust Fund is a UN roster level participant in setting up bookings and publications for the United Nations. And Lucis Trust Fund is run by Luciferians, people that have essentially been believers in the dark forces. So when he aligned himself with that group, and I told him, what are you doing that for? I could not believe that he'd become a Lucis Trust Fund member, and then right after that, they picked him up and made him a YouTube star. I'm not going to mention his name because it's not worth the trouble, but to prove what I'm saying is, if you want to research this, feel free to go into the website themselves and look at their website, and then look up their name and the UN, and you'll find that these people who believe in Lucifer, or at least the meaning of their name is Luciferian, have a website describing the esoteric meaning of Lucifer and the name Lucis. I mean, it's ridiculous. You can read about it all you want. Not that that's going to help you, but I mean, this guy joined this evil organization and instantly became a YouTube star. And he gave me a number to call before we stopped talking. And all I've said is I think that's absurd that he would join that. It's like opening your heart to satanic groups. That's what it feels like, the worst thing you can do. He's like sold himself to Satan. Anyway, made a lot of money. Now basking money, but I look at his show and I think the guy is sick. I mean, really sick. He looks like he's about ready to keel over. So what happens when you sell your soul is it hollows you out from within. It takes your entire being and sucks it into a vortex. It's like an implosion. He looks like he's not going to, do too well. He looks pretty bad. But he's made a lot of money on YouTube. A lot of money. Spinning BS stories. The more BS, the better from YouTube's perspective. But anybody who credibly challenges the New World Order, anybody who comes out full bore ahead to describe the chemtrails that they're implementing, the bioterrorism that they're engaged in, their goal of depopulating the world, anybody who talks about that, big time censorship. Thanks, Tommy. Yeah, even their logo has this great head on it. Yeah, a goat head on it. Exactly. They worship Satan. So I'm not here to talk about that at all. But I just thought I'd mention YouTube success comes at a big cost. Yes, I do have a way for you to watch me on the phone, but not right now. Periscope is down. We've been heavily attacked by this guy on Periscope who's trying to extort money from me, which I'm never going to give him a penny. But you can try to catch us at coolrock.com on a smartphone. Sometimes that plays. iVlog is you have to access the Flash, so I think your iPhone won't work, but a standard Google phone should. It doesn't matter how much he's asking. The fact that he's trying to extort me is absurd. I mean, I would never pay. I would open up 4 new channels than worry about stupid Periscope. Yeah, now I've known Periscope's been knocking me down on its own, so I believe that they're shadow banning me. So I have to actually go back and approach Periscope with the subject. They'll probably just think this is some sort of a joke or something. Cowbell before bedtime. Wow. That's a lot to ask. Cowbell. Here we go. Cowbell on track. Cowbell's very relaxing. I hope that helps you with your sleep tonight. Take care, Max. Thanks for the links and anything we can get in terms of brilliant new ideas. Thanks for all your input. Yeah. Oh yeah, the demon of the New World Order. There you go. Yeah, this is the image of the New World Order. The horse that actually killed the sculpture that created it. The sculptor that created that horse died under it. It fell on top of him. Yeah, well, you told us about your fecal incontinence last night. Yeah, many of us are wondering if you're not suffering from the effects of 5G network in your area. Yeah, you did, and now you forgot you said it last night. Let me ask you a question. You seem to be having some cognitive difficulties as well as urinary and fecal incontinence. Mayor Pete, he may have killed dogs as a child. We're going to be seeing a video about Mayor Pete possibly killing dogs, and his father was the founder of the Communist Society. So Mayor Pete's very communist. Well, the question I have is, are there any, is your bedroom near any type of a smart meter? Like a electric meter like you'd see in the wall? Yeah, I'm just wondering, is your bedroom in like an apartment near like a wall like that? Well, hang on, let me show it to you. These are typical smart meter walls right here. Yeah. The things that on the wall is to check your electric meter. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering about. Okay, but is it outside your apartment? That's the question. Because if you're right outside the door, that could affect your overall health. If you were sitting next to a grid like that and you were the room behind that wall right there, that could be bad. The guy killed 19 people who said he loved Trump. A 21-year-old from Allen, Texas was arrested shortly after. Okay, I got to pull that story up. Okay, so you live in a trailer, you're not that worried about those. Okay, then I can't. I was just grasping at straws there. But yeah, I'm sorry for your condition. It's sad. Well, your smart meter on your luxurious house down 2 stories from your master suite shouldn't bother you. No. It's when your head is like laying up next to it at night when you go to bed. You got to worry about that. Call the cows home. Oh, yeah. This is cooning. This is one of the most beautiful calls. This woman calls cows with her ancient Swedish herding call. Ancient Swedish. Isn't that wonderful? I can't play too much of it or they'll monetize me. Can you play? Okay. So that's an interesting article on Elizabeth Warren, and I'm going to put that in the political corruption bin on my Flipboard. So anytime I get a good story that you guys hear about, you can usually find it in our Flipboard. So what I do here is I drop the menu down and stick it in political corruption. And I'll give you the link to the Flipboard itself. Yeah, she qualifies as political corruption. I'd put her in Clinton, but political cover-up, that's it, right there. I flipped that in there. And here is our Flipboard link if you want to grab any of your Flipboard things you get in the show. Yeah, it's got 30 magazines. Many of them are really good. The Trump section is very good at the bottom. R.I.P. to Robert Conrad, yeah. Okay, I don't have information on Pierce Robinson yet. I can't really get to that. I will put it in our lineup. The investigation into an alleged chemical weapons attack. I'll look at that later. Yeah, we don't feature Bernie Sanders here. He can't even talk about chemtrails. And this one on socialism, cause of poverty, not the cure. That's worthwhile. I'll put that in political cover-up too. So were you able to have any food or some dinner or some dessert?
I didn't do anything yet.
Okay. Okay.
It's modern.
This guy, Buttigieg, has actually, his father was the founder of the Communist Society and a confirmed communist. So it's just interesting to see how these communists are working their kids into this. And then we played a video earlier that talked about a Peter Buttigieg when he was young having killed 5 dogs. Yeah.
Who?
Pete Buttigieg was killed 5 dogs, and we're going to play that video later tonight. Yeah. I was quite shocked at the video. I know. A serial dog killer. Right. I mean, we remember...
That's weird.
Beto O'Rourke. Yeah, remember what he did. Nearly careened into a bunch of people in a hit-and-run accident. The Democrats are reaching to the bottom of the barrel. They get the worst possible scumbags to run. Elizabeth Warren lied about her Cherokee Indian ancestry. Unbelievable. And now she's pretending like she doesn't get any money or has never taken donations from political action committees when she's been doing side deals with corporate labor connectors, making big profits for herself. We don't have an iPhone system right now as long as Periscope is down. Periscope is down, Periscope. Guest 408 said, "Hello, Mr. David. Sir, I am stuck on the cruise ship in Japan." Wow. So Japan does have a cruise ship off the coast that has literally turned into an evacuation containment area. People who are on that ship allegedly one of the people has contracted disease, so the whole ship is being quarantined. Stormy weather made Periscope go down, yeah. There are 4 ships that are being quarantined right now? Wow. Okay, well, I'll let Sarah take over the show.
Weird shade never made anybody less gay.
Yeah, see what I mean? We were just looking at the Taylor Swift song, Calm Down. Okay, which really talks about transgenderism and things like that. And the lyrics sounds like shame never
Shame never made anybody less gay, but it says shade never made anybody less gay.
Yeah, it says right here. So what this is, I believe that Taylor Swift is some sort of a programmer. She, unbeknownst to her, she's been used by people to do things, to program. And a lot of times words are placed in certain places that make no sense. And this lyric right here is, you just need to take several seats and then try to restore the peace and control your urges to scream about all the people you hate, because shade never made anybody less gay. Now, that sentence right there implies racial disharmony as well as gender disharmony, or harmony, depending on how you look at it. It's designed to control our thinking process by hitting us in this, oh, you should be guilty for having racial feelings, or you should be guilty for having gender feelings. It's very strange use of words, because Sarah thought it was shame, and our mind says shame never thought you less gay. Shame never made you less gay, right? We thought that. Shame never made anybody less gay. I'm not gay, so I don't have any shame about it, but someone named Mark Vaughn has been complaining about me to Periscope.
Vaughn, but maybe who? I don't.
That's the person who's doing it.
Maybe.
Yep.
Maybe.
It could be true.
It could just be someone who's.
Either way, we'll have to open up a new show at Mixer or something.
Yeah,
all right, thank you.
Sorry that happened.
It happens, yeah. Thank you.
And it has GLAAD with GLAAD. That's horrible. Yeah, I'm gonna purge what you're talking about. Hello. Mr. David, sir, you're stuck on the cruise ship in Japan. Wow. Well, 14 days and then they'll see where everything is. Unless, of course, it's spreading through the cruise ship, then they might have to quarantine it longer. I think you're right, Olden Bear. I think you're right. Yeah. I guess we had some issues at Periscope. I probably don't need any more food tonight. I had a few pieces of pizza for lunch and I had a couple pieces of chocolate for dinner. But that's good. Ooh, pizza. Yeah, it was like a going out for, birthday weekend celebration. Yeah, but if I continue eating pizza, I could, Willie. And I have gained weight. I'd love to lose about 3 to 5 pounds. Normally, I get my pizza at Little Caesars. Tonight, I got my pizza at a different location. That had a birthday month pizza celebration. You're feeling relieved and happier the last 2 days. What has made you feel relieved and happy? I know you always say that, Willie. Make it. My birthday was good. I'm definitely getting older, but David gave me these beautiful tulips and some other things that I'm very happy about, and beautiful card and things like that. And then yeah, I had a really nice birthday. Really? Very cool. Happy early birthday. Just around the corner, Meta Nemesis. How old will you be, if you don't mind my asking? You're turning 35? Bleh. That's okay. 35 is good. I just turned 42. So, 72 years old, or 7 years older than you. You get the Tony's frozen pizza, pepperoni and sausage for $3.49. I've heard they're pretty good. On Wednesdays here, they have like a $5, it's like $6.51 for a pizza at Little Caesars, so that's what I usually do on Wednesday. Do I really want to watch a full on camera shouting match between Trump, Pelosi, and Schumer? I don't want to watch it, but I will save it for David. Oh, your birthday's coming up this month too? Awesome, Anita.
So the wall would get built, but we may not have an agreement today. We probably won't.
Ah, you've had the birthday present, some of it decorating your curtains and the Valentine's gift. Yeah, oh good. Hubby meaning David or your husband, T. Tommy? Yeah, I wish you good luck and good health for your birthday. Oh, David, yeah. He works hard, especially on the show. You're welcome. Oh, that's true. I haven't gotten David a Valentine's gift. Give him a nice Christmas gift, so I don't know what to do for Valentine's Day. David. He's kind of hard to buy for. I think he would like a card, that's true. I gave him a nice card for Christmas and a gift, but... Oh, actually, I do know what he wants for Valentine's Day. He already told me. Now I just have to go and find it. David's one of those that doesn't like to be surprised anyway, so... Now I know what to do for Valentine's Day. Just have to go shopping and figure out where to find what he wants. I know. We have to bother. Exactly. Show that we care. Oh, that's good. I don't think I do. I think I'm going to have to go find one. David, no. David will never go in an Uber vehicle. And of course, he doesn't drive other people around either. Pre-debate favorability. Let's look at the post-debate. Joe Biden went down after the debate. Sanders is up. They still want... But Sanders, I think he's popular because it's New Hampshire. I would like to see him get owned too. That's weird. All right, it's kind of cool. I'm looking at. That was a good little some stats. You went in New Bern and the guy drove an Infinity SUV. Maybe Barcode Pongo. I think maybe you should just cut back on the milk products. Cut back on dairy. I think that's my plan too. Uber would be good on Whidbey Island. There are a lot of young military guys, and not a lot of military guys own cars. That's a good point, Olden Bear. Ah, sorry to hear that, pickled beans. Oh, I guess you can relate to some other people then in the room. Stop at a whammy. Yeah. January added a much stronger than expected 225,000 jobs. Oh, I'm sorry. Well above what Wall Street estimated. The unemployment rate ticked higher to 3.6%. I don't understand that, but for the right reasons. The labor force participation rate increased 0.2 percentage point to 63.4%. I'm glad that we do have resources these days that we didn't have in the past, but warm weather in January gave hiring an added boost. Oh, more people entered the labor force in search of work. The rate tends to rise if not all the new entrants find jobs right away, but it's considered a sign of a strong labor market. Huh. Okay. You think your connections with the Associated Press know already about David's presidential candidacy? Thank you for spreading the word about David's presidential candidacy. Democratic turnout for the Iowa caucuses was well below expectations. They wonder if the states become, less concerned about politics. Yeah. All right. It was 65 degrees in Antarctica this week. Antarctica experienced its hottest day on record Thursday. That's what scientists reported at Argentina's Esperanza research station. Holy moly. You might be right. Whammy, you might be right. You can always ask him to do so, Whammy. I can't guarantee that he will. I'm sorry that that happened to you. I'm sorry that happened to you. Trump's former Navy Secretary Richard Spencer is endorsing Mike Bloomberg for president. A Warren campaign official is accusing a Buttigieg campaign of skirting finance laws by tweeting their ad strategy. Virginia is going to make Election Day a holiday. I think that's a good idea. I believe he's referring to David, Eric.
So funny that Kat says certain places just to take over our spot.
I know.
Now she has to sit in your place. Kat owns the bed. We just kind of sit around it. Okay. Well, that's great. I am. This is not a comical scheme of some sort. You just can't get behind the ball. We're going to assume that you're just stroking us there. Stop it, Whammy. You're not really suffering from anything. You know, making fun of people's illnesses, pretending to have illnesses, incontinence, that's not funny. That's sick.
It's sad.
It's sad. Somebody would even do such a thing. That person isn't suffering from any illness. What a joke. Feigning an illness to come in here and get noticed.
If they are having that illness, I feel sorry for them.
No, they're just pretending. Everything's a joke to them. That's the sad truth. We're breeding indifferent sociopaths in our society. The mass media produces these garbage trolls, like spits them out like sausages. And we get them in our chat room sometimes. So at least we have 5 viewers at Twitch now. I did post it at Twitter that Periscope isn't working, and for you guys to check us out at Twitch. I think that's a suitable alternative chat room for right now.
Yeah, so it just stopped working.
Well, for whatever reason, we don't know. But I'm going to send a statement to Periscope claiming there are people gang stalking me, and that one person trying to extort money from us to get us back up and running. It's ridiculous.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, I made a 1-minute loop of me seeing his chat online, and we just can't reverse engineer his IP number. And according to some people, they're using a Tor hammer, it's called. And the Tor hammer was, we had all kinds of references over here to that. Level protocol Tor network using deficit round robin queuing process. So we have to look at, I'm going to bookmark it under technology. but the Tor hammer is being used similar to regular volumetric DDoS attacks. Slow rate DDoS attacks exhaust web server resources by generating a large amount of connections for as long as possible. So what the Tor hammer is a slow rate DDoS attack. So I'll put that in bookmark as well. There's a couple ways around it, but again, your guess is as good as mine. Dave, could you estimate the millions of people have spent wasted trolling us? I would guess that there has been close to $1 billion.
As far as man hours?
Man hours, what that means,
well,
I don't
David's
know.
been broadcasting since 2008. So.
35,000 man hours, yeah. Thank you, Sarah, for a wonderful co-host. Appreciate it. I give you the last encouragements from Mr. Rogers, but you've got 2 in your room, so. I love these little things. I'm just going to keep them intact in their plastic wrappers. It's like a collector's item. Read this. The real reason why China is the epicenter of the coronavirus. Okay. Yeah, I can't eat that, Eric. That's just the horrible. You're showing me pictures of a baby in soup. Okay. Some Chinese people are known to be eating babies, which has been circulating through the internet. Shocking world. Yeah. And severe, vivid, appalling pictures of human embryos and fetuses being turned into soup for human consumption in China. It supposedly improves overall health and stamina and sexual performance in particular. I can't understand why we're even trading with China if they're eating babies, okay? Let's just start with that part of our discussion. We'll move from there on up. How could we trade with a country that has people eating babies? Or organ harvesting off of the Falun Gong victims of some religion that they may believe. Authoritarian country. This is a dictatorial country that with unknown bounds of mistreatment of people, human rights abuses. I don't know where we could go with this. In a way, I'm beginning to think that Trump may have saved us some time by creating a trade war with China. If Xi Jinping is their leader for life, and he just released 8 million people from Wuhan and forced evacuation of a city, meaning he spread the virus all over China, what's wrong with him? What's going on in his head? That's my big question. Why would anyone take a serious situation and not contain it? Why would they evacuate the population? It's bound to spread the disease everywhere throughout China. Does anyone have any real numbers of the deaths in Hong Kong? If anyone has a real stat on the tip of their tongue, just mention how many people have died in Hong Kong. I'll look it up in a little bit. Oh yeah. Estrogen in the food can trigger too much estrogen in the body, which has been known to trigger endometriosis in women. That's true. High levels of esters in their body. Endometriosis is a common bleeding disease women have. Yeah. There are 500 plus cases, really. Could be estrogen in the diet, yeah. Look at all the soy we're eating. Congress are a bunch of useless liberal hacks. They can't do crap. Yeah, that's probably true. I'm shocked at what you're saying about the baby soup. It's hard to look at these pictures. I'm not going to show them to the public here. It's almost, it's beyond belief. Plus, I'm shrinking at the... I'm glad I'm a first trimester pro-choice person, because if I wasn't, I don't want to see babies go second and third term and not be born. They could spend all the time helping people and exposing lies. Instead, they sit at home and hurt others online. Yeah, they do that too. Well, that's what I'm saying. I've been arguing that they've been attacking our show for the past 8 years of the 11 years I've been doing this. So you're saying you have to eat Soylent Green crackers before having the baby soup, the baby fetus soup? See, you're taking me down that road of evil, gross, sick. You know, I was trying to get out of that, and you're forcing me into that realm. Is that fair? Is that right for you to do that, you know, when you think about it? The response, in my opinion, is I'm appalled. I'm appalled. So let's see if appall. I'm more like Clint Eastwood. Yeah. Yeah, gross. You're making me sick. Yeah. Go ahead and make my day. Yeah. Okay, I'm just working on that persona non grata. So Eric is suggesting that eating babies has caused the coronavirus, so it wasn't a bat soup that created this. Explain why, Eric, that the coronavirus has 4 markers that show that it's been man-made. It didn't just mutate in the baby soup, okay? Go ahead and make my day. The question is, do you feel lucky? Well, do ya, punk? Anyway, you're freaking me out there, Guest 480, with your goo, soil, and green meal requiring appetizers like baby fetus soup. Do you do like poetry slam sessions at some of the local coffee shops? You could do some powerful like beatnik stuff, like a goo, soil, and green meal, man, requires appetizers. You know, it's like, and then just throw those words out there. It's like, wow, am I reading this in the chat room, or is this some sort of a bizarre fictitious event? I don't know, man. When you go to that level, you think that the baby soup is causing the virus to mutate. I'm not going to say you're wrong. I mean, it could be true. Trump has allowed soybeans, GMO soy in your diet. I told you. The GMO soy in your diet. Why don't you consult Guest 480? He seems to be much more intelligent on that issue. Ask him why Trump made you gay. It could be a GMO in the yogurt you're eating or something. GMO soy, it's very high in esters. Stop. You know, you were kind enough to come in here and talk about your leaking organs and orifices. You're not really a real participant in the show, are you? You're just pretending to be sick. Wow. Look at that guy. He actually tried to pretend to be a real person suffering from renal and rectal incontinence. He had no sphincter control, and he wanted us to feel sorry for him. 60 years of Donald Trump predictive programming compilation. Ooh, I like that. I like the wording there, Scissor Fight. Thanks for pulling these links off 153. I like it when you link harvest. Yeah, this is good. We like listening to TV shows that make us think. Spread awareness.
I bring you a message. A message few of you will be able to believe.
Oh yeah, that's the era when they started talking about Trump. And they actually used the words Trump. You see, Fred Trump was part of a secret society, I'm pretty sure of it. And they called it the KKK at the time. He was known to be at a 1929, Donald's father was at a 1929 KKK rally where he was arrested. Oh, I know. That's a great clip from Soylent Green.
You don't understand.
This is Charlton Heston speaking about the future of mankind in this movie, Soylent Green.
I've got proof. They need proof. I've seen it. I've seen it happening.
He's seen it happening.
They've got it.
Right after he visited the place his friend went off to die.
I tell people. Tell them what? The ocean's dying. Plankton's dying. It's people. Soylent Green is made out of people.
That is so powerful. Yeah, really good. Well, I'm sorry for Whammy and I'm sorry for you, but you don't have the time to be in here and talk about Whammy. You trolls actually don't have much time in here at all. Yeah, you can pretend like you have a personality and a being behind you, but you really don't until you meet Crazy. And when you meet Crazy, you don't know what's coming. Guest 408 just told something very, very honest. I honestly don't like having to think. Wow. Well, that's very honest of you on Sustainable Saturday. Yeah, see? People are finally... Hey, Rodney, we got an honest one over there. You ought to check him out. iBlog has got a real honest person in there. Something you might want to work on? Hey, Sarah. How's it going with Dave? He says, I honestly don't like having to think. Isn't that how you feel sometimes, Rodney? Admit it. We know that's how you feel. Deep inside. Deep inside. So what do you think of that Buttigieg? Yeah, he won't even answer because he's not honest enough to say that. What about Buttigieg's father, Joe Buttigieg, Louise? Yeah, his dad is actually the card-carrying communist and founder of the Communist Society. And I should dye my hair black and maybe pretend to be him. Well, I just want to be a simple guy and help people understand the simplicity about everything, Dave. And I think we can do it. We can do it together. I know my boyfriend, my husband, and I talk about you all the time, Dave, and our campaign is working closely to bring you in. We want to bring up the rear. Okay, thanks for your honesty, Guest 408. That's very refreshing. You're one of the first people in our show who've openly said what's really on your mind. Nothing. Well, I don't know, Rodney. Have you had experience with Pete? Is he one of your escorts that you called? The story I'm trying to run down is the story that Pete may have been a serial dog killer as a kid. Yeah, we've got that in the lineup somewhere. Yeah, I got to make sure I have it. Came in and went. Yeah, we could believe it. Some guy named Peter Buttigieg killed 5 dogs when he was like 13, 14 years old. Okay, let's go look up Pete here. Yeah, here's the video. So, we're going to watch this tonight. Is Pete Buttigieg a serial killer? And this guy tries to debunk it. The irony is, there really is a story out there, allegedly. Jackson.
Look at this, guys. This is too funny. And there's an important lesson to be learned from tweets like this. This is an interesting story. Teen arrested in 1998 for dog slaying. A local teen, Peter Buttigieg, has been arrested on suspicion of the recent killings of at least 5 dogs. Authorities say they were able to locate the suspected individual thanks to testimony of witnesses who saw the teen allegedly strangling a stray dog. Okay, and then there's this little photo that goes with it. Now, the funniest thing about this article,
And then he proceeds to say that this photo is from not 1998, it's from 2000. And he tries to debunk it. Wait a second. You just showed us a picture of a real article having Peter Buttigieg having killed a series of 5 dogs, strangled them, and then say that that's not the right photo. It's clearly a fake story. I don't know, man. You show me a real news story from that era, I'm going to believe it's true. I don't care what his face is, even if it was 2 years later. I doubt it was 2 years later. They probably didn't have him in. He was busy strangling dogs when they were taking pictures in his senior year. Can you imagine? Doesn't he have that kind of weird look about him? Like, anything's possible. All right, great. And, you know, we're going to make iVlog our honesty room. Anybody who's honest there can hang out there. And we're going to make Vaughn our really whatever room, because we weed them out. We go through a whole process like gardening, weeding people out from the story. And we know that Bernie Sanders is up to no good. We've seen a couple things, little bits and pieces of what's happening here. Bernie Sanders once compared himself to favorably to the Nicaraguan strongman Daniel Ortega, a communist leader in Nicaragua. That's another aspect of Bernie that's very communist in nature. Amy Klobuchar and all of them were pretty much back and forth about sucking up to billionaires at the debate. And Warren, we've already revealed, has been sucking up to billionaires through labor organizations when she was in charge of the Consumer Protection Bureau. Okay. Moving on. But that's a powerful story. You got the link, right? Yeah, check it out. And Amy Klobuchar's prosecution past as prosecutor could haunt her presidential bid. In her 8-year term from 99 to 07, Klobuchar embraced a tough-on-crime approach that was widely practiced by law enforcement at the time. She put drug offenders behind bars more frequently and for longer stretches, sharply increased the prosecution of repeat offenders, and launched campaigns against graffiti and vandalism. So you might say she's Miss Police Brutality. Yeah. Chlorine gas, you gotta be kidding me. Really? Well, spread the word. Yeah. So she's probably one of, like Gina Haspel, the director of the CIA, one of those women that really wants to, further the agenda of torture and police brutality. That's all I can assume about Amy Klobuchar. And the way she handled her staff when she fired everybody initially in her campaign, that was interesting. Yeah. Let's not forget. And we've got exclusive photos of Giuliani in Spain. Shows Lev Parnas has lots more to share. And that story is going to go viral eventually, I think. It's the fact that Donald Trump and the Republicans want to put this whole story to rest. That's not how the media works. They take it pretty seriously, and they will bring more out. Apparently, Lev Parnas wants to clear his name, and he's more than willing to share all of his deep connections to Giuliani and Donald Trump directly. And when Donald Trump said, "I've never met Lev Parnas, I don't know who he is," he was lying. He said that about many other people, too. He said, "Oh, I've never met those people. Oh, I used to know Jeffrey Epstein, but I don't know him anymore." It's a lie.
Efforts to show that he has information to interest investigators. CNN has obtained these exclusive photos of a trip that Giuliani took to Madrid, Spain, as he prepared to help a wealthy Venezuelan seeking to avoid indictment here in the U.S. The photos, and what Lev Parnas and other sources tell CNN, provide a peek into relationships Giuliani has not been willing to discuss about legal work he undertakes for clients whose interests could intersect with the policies, of course, his most prominent client, President Trump. The images and what Parnas knows are already in the hands of federal investigators in New York, where Parnas has been indicted, and Giuliani is now also under investigation. Vicky Ward joins us now. So Vicky, put us in the context for us. Who was with Giuliani in Madrid last summer, and what's the significance of this in the broader investigation?
Right, Jim. So obviously Lev Parnas, who has talked exclusively to CNN about this trip, a wealthy Venezuelan client who was their host at his castle outside of Madrid, a man named Alejandro Betancourt Lopez, who is not named, but is potentially facing federal charges here, and the father of the interim opposition leader in Venezuela, Juan Guaido, a man of great political importance to President Trump. We saw him on Tuesday in the gallery at the State of the Union address, Jim. What Lev Parnas has told us about this trip is that Giuliani interviewed and videoed both Juan Guaido's father and his client, Betancourt Lopez, and that in those videos, Betancourt Lopez claimed to have helped the Guaido regime financially, which would be obviously popular to the president, and that these videos were intended to be seen by the Justice Department and Giuliani's good friend William Barr, the Attorney General, and by Donald Trump. That is Lev Parnas's assertion. Now, Rudy Giuliani has told CN that he cannot, he won't say yes or no as to whether or not these videos were made and whether they exist, but he has called Lev Parnas a proven liar. He also said he cannot discuss this trip because he said it's a matter of national security. We've not had a response from either Wilmer Guaido, Juan Guaido's father, or from Betancourt Lopez's lawyers.
Parnas, he describes similar scenarios.
All right. And, you know, this is really interesting because it stretches across the globe now to Venezuela, and Parnas being used in this particular control. Donald Trump is trying to create a junta government to take over Venezuela's President Maduro. And this has never been U.S. policy to do this. If anything, this is a CIA operation they're simply trying to implement over a long period of time. Why? Because Venezuela is the center of oil in the South Americas. It's got the most oil of all the countries. In fact, it has more oil there in Venezuela than all the other countries practically combined. So, it's a crucial future storage for oil on the planet, and the countries, Russia and the U.S., are jockeying for position to control that region. Donald Trump is part of that global New World Order attempt to rig our future, to force us closer to a global economy. They want to take over Venezuela, and they're willing to use Venezuela as a staging area for a war, putting the Venezuelan people at risk. I mean, Donald Trump has already made it very difficult for people from Venezuela, for their families to come up here. They can't. It's impossible. They could have green cards and want to come back into the country, but there's been a travel ban against the Venezuelan people for the longest time. That's not appropriate here. Yeah. What is Photoshop? Juan Guaido? No, he was at the State of the Union address. That is the puppet that Donald Trump is trying to install in Venezuela. And because he's doing that, Venezuela has turned to Russia, helping Russia's benefit. Russia now wants to put a hypersonic weapon in Venezuela within 5 minutes of reaching any United States city. Russia's new hypersonic weapon is touted to have 27 times the speed of sound capabilities. Russia, Russia, Russia. The Vanguard is a Russian hypersonic glide vehicle. It's just one of their many. It can deliver both nuclear and conventional payloads. Now, being Vladimir Putin is so very interested in controlling more development of weapons technology, it gives him great power to walk around threatening the rest of the world, knowing full well that America has the capabilities to do exactly what it needs to do to defend us against Russia. You're the Russian collaborator, Rodney. Come on, dude. You and retardicans, all the Republicans that have sucked up to Russia, you're letting Russia through Donald Trump's back door. Oh, yeah. If you don't root out the truth, you guys are going to be screwed long term because, frankly, who wants to walk around with Russia up their ass? Which is literally what's happening. I wouldn't doubt he has a butt plug up his butt with Russia's name on it. Why would anyone come in here and say that unless they were a troll? Because they are Russian. Because they are Russian. It is possible that they could be Russian. Don't discount the possibility. These people may be working for the FSB, trying to stop any type of corrupt or any type of correction in the American politic. Maybe trying to make Donald Trump look bad, for instance. This undermines Donald Trump and the Vladimir Putin connection. Well, Juicy's just trying to play around. You're right, Juicy. I think it is wrong that... Let Juicy run with that, though. He's not saying any bad things other than he's fantasizing. Juicy, we're going to give you a little test, a little run here, and then Scissor Fight can kick you out if you get a little bit off base. Remember, this is the good room you're in, Juicy. The honest room, the intellectual room. Yeah, if you don't comply with those orders, our operator will take you down. Oh, you think he's Rodney? I don't know. I'd have to do the smell test. Scratch and sniff. What, you got some problems there, buddy? You need a mental correction. Big time. We've got a few people that are just hating on our show because all the Trump tards are out going, oh, you finally outed us. You people are mentally retarded. You didn't hear a word Adam Schiff said. Not one word. You are completely gone. Mentally divorced from reality. It's funny to see retardicans continually say, oh, no, Donald's right. It's all fake news. It's a Russian hoax. Yeah, right. Let's get back to the avant-garde Russian. I don't know. Maybe we catch some video. I know he loves to brag about this amazing weapon. Let's take a look. Russia claims its new hypersonic weapon is ready for war. We'll get a good picture for you now. Oh, they're in the room, man. You can't begin to stop me, man. I'm way ahead of you guys. Have been for years. I know. It got out of control. Let's take a look at this bragging leader. What kind of a war guy is this guy? He's the biggest warring person I've ever seen run any nation. He's not working toward disarmament at all. Any of the positive moves that we made with Brezhnev and Gorbachev have not possibly been moved forward with this guy. What happened to SALT 1 and SALT 2 cannot be relived. Donald Trump won't make a deal with this guy for an intermediate nuclear force treaty to stop development of small nuclear weapons, tactical nuclear weapons. They're still going forward, full steam ahead. Both countries stand to profit from this. It's a video. Wow, hypersonic weapons. Hocus pocus. Okay, where's the video? There it is. Please play. Please play. Apparently it's not playing for me. It must be the Russian servers are slowing it down. They know that they are showing their secret weapon, capable of hitting America in 5 minutes instantaneously. No warning whatsoever. Are you blaming Russia or the U.S. for the wars that both countries have created? Well, I don't know. Did Russia create the war with Afghanistan, or was it containment of one of their satellite nations? You can call any one of those. Was Chechnya a war, or was it containment? You could say Russia had no wars whatsoever, just containment issues about the satellite nations. But America is the warring nation. Oh, golly, yes. You know, I'm not pretending to make America out to have done no harm and no foul. We've been very much in the bad straits, starting wars in Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, etc. Far cry from what we have today. What we have today is relatively calm. We haven't seen more than 6,000
President
deaths.
Vladimir Putin testing.
I mean, we had 58,000 deaths in Vietnam. But we have still a very large area sector we have to maintain solid control over. Because the balance of powers is at risk here.
A new intercontinental missile and President Donald Trump's medal. From a Moscow command center, Putin watched the hypersonic missile leave its launch tube and, according to the Russians, strike a target 3,700 miles away, declaring it invulnerable to intercept. Russia says it can be armed with a nuclear weapon and travel up to 20 times the speed of sound. Without confirming the results of today's test, the Pentagon has acknowledged that America is vulnerable.
We don't have any defense that could deny the employment of such a weapon against us.
Adding urgency to the Pentagon's own plan to develop an American version.
The hypersonics is a game-changing technology, and that's why it's so important for us to embrace it.
And how far are we from actually fielding that technology ourselves?
So I think we'll put a hypersonic system in the field before 2023.
Russia first touted their hypersonic missile in March with an animation showing warheads flying towards Florida.
Both offensively and defensively, the United States military is working very hard on hypersonics. We are in an arms race.
But for Putin, his new missile is a perfect New Year's gift for the country. Hans Nichols, NBC News, the Pentagon.
Thank you, Hans. Thank you, the Pentagon. Thank you, and let me get back to my show. Well, certainly the possibility that both Russia could be working for a global elite group and the U.S. now working for the same global elite group would minimize the chance of war, right? Well, that's the problem. Global elite groups have been behind both sides of almost every war. The French-Indian War, for one, was not won by the French or the Indians. It was actually won by the British, who funded the war. They financed both sides and they made profits from both sides. And that's essentially what our government and Russia would be doing. We would be fighting each other, engaged in a conventional wars that the elitists think that they can control through the backbone of the economies of both Russia and the U.S. That's the New World Order. Their agenda is depopulation. Yeah. They're essentially controlling the horizontal and the vertical. I just realized I had a pair of sunglasses I didn't even realize in the show. You know? And here it was sitting all along. It was like, hey man, why don't you just wear those as sunglasses? Good idea, Dave. Yeah. So here I am with my new sunglasses. Yeah, Mr. Infinity, they call me. Hey, Mr. Infinity, what's going on? Those would be pretty cool sunglasses, wouldn't they? Like wraparound. I'm in the market for some sunglasses. I've got these Gucci's, which turned out to be Home Depot. Where I found the same thing at Home Depot. So they're no longer Gucci's. Dave, where are your viewers? You know, we've been censored on our shows, Juicy, and our chat rooms are blocked from people getting in. Some people spend 20, 30 times to get into the show. Seriously, 50 times. Some people have to go through 5, 6, 10. Ace Spade went through 23 VPNs to get in here. Yeah. Rodney, you're one of those IPs Mark lets in. You've been given troll status. Mark lets certain IPs in and others not. Now these are kind of weird, kooky, big glasses, whereas these are my my Mr. Cool shades. Yes, can I help you? You can't see me, but I can see you. We don't ban anybody, but Sniffer. I have people that come in here every night, like yourself, trolling both of our rooms, and you pop up when I get rid of banning about 10 people. So I have to assume you're that person I banned. Well, there you go. I just banned you. You came in here thinking you could play with the show and act like it's a joke, when you know that I only allow a distillate of intellectual statements in our show. If you can't meet our standard of intellectuality, you're out. I told a bunch of people last night that if you don't have 100 IQ over at Twitch, we don't want anything, any input at all from you. You can just watch the show, but you need at least 100 IQ to come in here. Well, then remain good as butt sniffer and start acting like a real political partner here. Didn't nothing wrong. Soul Child, you're not 87. You probably feel like you're 87, but you're what? You're Oh, your IQ? Oh, okay. Yeah. You've been tested. You're nothing to be ashamed of. You're absolutely normal. Very close to normal. You've actually come up with some pretty interesting things. And Butt Sniffer has a 54 IQ. We really got stuck in the... We're in the sludge here. We got Rodney and 2 people with IQs below 100 at Vaughn. See, you guys can always chat at Vaughn. But if you have an IQ of 100 or more, you go over to iVlog. Yeah, that's the key thing. Okay, I think we're going to get back into the show because I was a little bit sidetracked. There was a bird versus planes competition earlier I missed.
Tomo News presents Planes versus Birds.
A Southwest Airlines jet struck a bird shortly after departing but safely returned without injuries. The plane was carrying 124 passengers and was departing for Chicago from Raleigh-Durham International Airport before it struck a bird shortly afterwards. The crew shut down the affected engine and immediately returned and landed safely back at the airport. The plane has since been taken out of service for inspection and any necessary repairs.
Man.
Bird's body breaks plane's nose breaks bird's life.
Wow, this is the kind of dangers that happen when you don't put screens over your intake manifold. You know? Gee, what would that take? A titanium engaged steel wrapped with, yeah, I would say steel with titanium ribbing and a grate over every intake manifold. That can't be that hard to engineer. Well, coming from a country that can't even put parachutes on their planes, you humans seem to be completely incapable of functioning. I am on iVlog. Hi. I'll even post hi right there, see? You know, I hate to say it, Butt Sniffer, but you are over at iVlog. Yeah. Yeah, we just had a person at iVlog named Juicy J who said he is Butt Sniffer. Mr. Anderson. Yeah, check that out. It says, Juicy J, not Rodney. Juicy J, I'm Butt Sniffer. Oh, it's an imposter? Really? But the thing is, Juicy J's IQ is about 51 as well. So, there's a logical conflict going on here. Yeah, 2 people with named Butt Sniffer can't possibly both have an under 55 IQ, so we're kicking Juicy J out. All right. But the likelihood of that is highly unlikely. Haile Selassie. Oh, that's just... See, you guys really have reached the bottom of the barrel. You know, now that you think Trump won, when we are actually revealing more and more connections to Russia daily. You Republicans have nothing to cheer about. I mean, the only thing you guys have to cheer about is Joe Arpaio is going to run for Maricopa County Sheriff in 2020. Make Donald Trump proud. Yeah, that's your big thing. Sheriff Joe Arpaio is coming back. Yes, after being pardoned by the United States President, he's coming back to be the man in charge of the illegals. And the terrible, sad news, Robert Conrad of Wild Wild West has died at age 86. So sad. We'll play a little Wild Wild West tonight in tribute of him. I'm going to pull that up on YouTube. Yeah, there must be some compilations of his work. Yeah, really. I know. You know, I've been mesmerized by various women online, one of which is not Greta Thunberg. Hey, Rodney, nice to come in. Thanks for coming in, buddy. Yeah, she's not really making me happy, being she works for George Soros. Yeah, I mean, You notice how she kind of slipped out of the news now that she's no longer on the cover of Time? Yeah, nobody cares about her anymore. Her connections to George Soros is more like a machine, one that is controlled by major international actors and backed by major funds. This PR machine has allowed Greta to make the covers of magazines, become the subject of thousands of news articles, while being photographed with world leaders and given speeches at elite organizations such as the United Nations. Although Greta might very well be genuinely concerned with the fate of the planet, her message is carefully crafted by those who control her to generate a specific response from the youth. In short, Greta is the face of a major marketing scheme, a tightly coordinated international effort to sell global warming through a specific lens: fear, panic, and urgency. Before going further, I need to point out that I'm neither a climate denier nor a climate activist. That is not my field of expertise. I never analyzed any data regarding climate change and its correlation with human activity. I'm far from qualified from speaking about this issue, so I won't. My field of expertise is mass media and its relation to power. In Read This First article of this site, I explained, using quotes from the founders of the field of communication such as Edward Bernays, how mass media is used to shape and mold opinions. The rise of Greta to international prominence is a clear-cut case of agenda setting, which is defined as follows. Agenda setting is the creation of public awareness and concern of salient issues by the news media, as well as agenda setting describes the way the media attempts to influence viewers and establish a hierarchy of news prevalence. Two basic assumptions underlie most researchers on agenda setting. Number one, the press and the media do not reflect reality. They filter and shape it. Number two, media concentration on a few issues and subjects leads the public to perceive those issues as more important than other issues. Those are very important aspects of agenda setting and the function theory that this guy lays out. Wow. He's got family ties, big expose into Greta Thunberg. Here you go, guys. If you want a link to read tonight, go for it. I'm not telling you what you can do or can't do. I believe in freedom, man. I'm all about America's freedom. You can do whatever you want. And, you know, we have a free-flowing bond room. It's pretty good. One of the most amazing videos of the night. A frog that can climb up walls. What is this? Oh my gosh. It's not a frog? That is one weird unmanned aerial vehicle. What the heck is that? Yep, Bengalitis? That looks like some sort of a device that could detonate. That is freaky. What is that? Really? I want to know. Well, I am 6'4". I'm the same height as Abraham Lincoln. No, it's not a firefly. It just ate it. Oh, you're saying it just ate a firefly. Oh, that's the most obvious solution, right? I thought it was some sort of an unmanned vehicle. Unban Rodney? Which Rodney should I unban? Okay, I'll give one more try to, you know, if he wants to be Dave Rodney, he can. It looks like a frog that swallowed an LED. It looks like some kids got really screwed up and put an LED blinker in a frog and put it out there on the wall and took a picture of it. But you're right. You're the one who came up with the frog biting. I was off in La La Land thinking it was some sort of an unmanned vehicle. I heard fireflies are nearly extinct. That's due to the lack of darkness. I don't know what that means. All I know that if young man Pete Buttigieg was out there as a serial dog killer, allegedly, we need to get to the bottom of this tonight. Yeah, anybody has a story like this, a local teen, Peter Buttigieg, has been arrested on suspicion of the recent killings of at least 5 dogs. I mean, what the heck is that? Yeah, Peter Buttigieg has been arrested on suspicion of the recent killings of 5 dogs. And authorities say they were able to locate the suspected individual thanks to testimony of witnesses who saw the teen allegedly strangling a stray dog. Oh, little Pete Buttigieg, what does he want to do? He wants to become America's president. And what is his history? Well, if you read his cum folder, it tells you that he liked to strangle dogs. Perfect qualification to be president, don't you think? No, we don't do anything like that. Sarah and I are strictly not a drug couple. We don't do drugs. Yeah, we are very straight. We don't drink, we don't smoke. Nope. Sorry. Yeah, we're amazingly similar to every average person in the world. Now, the dangers of the New World Order has become more than apparent. We've got more of this clip from China, where drones are flying overhead, telling people to wear masks. Welcome to 1984 2020 style. Yeah, China, right now. Watch this. All right. Wow, how about that? Yeah. They're telling people to wear masks. This is a very interesting story from last night. I didn't show it to you, but I've got a couple stories I've been holding back on. A judge who allegedly called a juror Aunt Jemima is off the bench in Pennsylvania. He allegedly told a prosecutor that he should not have allowed Aunt Jemima onto the jury that acquitted an accused drug dealer. And he called her Aunt Jemima. And that lost him his job, apparently. You know, it's like, it happens. The link is not clicking, or it is. Okay.
Kind of comments.
I didn't mute you, I purged you.
Breaking tonight, the president of the Allegheny County Bar Association is demanding an investigation into a local judge accused of making racial remarks about a juror. The story is an important one, but it is disturbing, and we have to warn you that it involves language that normally we would not repeat in a newscast. However, the allegations being made against this local judge are so serious that we decided that it is important to share the statements with you as they were allegedly made.
Judge Mark Tranquilli does not need to have the name judge in front of him, and he certainly does not deserve the word honorable.
The Black Political Empowerment Project wants Allegheny County Common Pleas Judge Mark Tranquilli removed from the bench entirely.
He does not need to be on a judicial bench. He needs to be on a park bench, retired.
VPEP says Tranquilli was questioning why the assistant district attorney didn't try to block an African-American female juror during the selection process, including saying, quote, "You weren't out of strikes when you decided to put Aunt Jemima on the jury," and quote, "When she goes home to her baby daddy, he's probably slinging heroin too." Tranquilli allegedly disagreed with the woman being on the jury that ultimately acquitted a drug suspect in a recent case. But BPEP's chairman isn't satisfied with Tranquilli being moved to administrative duties.
For a sitting judge to make these kind of comments is outrageous. It is unacceptable. He needs to be removed, period.
Now, we made an effort to reach out to the judge for a comment, but we haven't heard from him. We also called the Allegheny County District Attorney's Office, and a spokesperson declined to comment.
Well, that wasn't too harsh. You know, that was mild compared to what it could have been. That's amazing. Yeah, I'll just have to put that YouTube video together in our playlist of the Chinese people being called out by drones. It's wild. Wow. That's police state too. That goes in our section called police state. Here it is. Okay, we have different playlists for different subjects, and I try to construct these playlists for everybody to access our site on YouTube or on our Flipboard, which has our magazines. If you click that link, you'll get to Flipboard. Okay, now, RIP, our hero China rushes to censor online unrest after doctor who blew whistle on coronavirus dies. Dr. Li Wenliang, a 34-year-old ophthalmologist, raised the alarm in late December about the novel coronavirus. As outrage grows in China over the death of a whistleblower doctor, the social media users are accusing the country's communist government of a cover-up. And Dr. Li Wenliang, a 34-year-old ophthalmologist, raised the alarm in late December about the novel coronavirus, long before the Chinese health authorities disclosed its full threat. When he did so, it has emerged he was silenced by police. The doctor was reprimanded for his views and made to sign a letter that said he was making false comments. Soon after, however, the outbreak had claimed dozens of lives and China began containment efforts. So that's when the cat got out of the bag, so to speak, during late December. It wasn't until mid-January that the mayor of Wuhan finally made a statement, 2 weeks late. After that, word of mouth spread, or rather before that, word of mouth spread, forcing 5 million people to evacuate the city. Now, had Xi Jinping exercised more control over the virus and had his people been more on top of it, they never would have even had a bioweapons lab in that city. But no, he had to let the bioweapons lab in Wuhan exist. Kind of sucks, don't you think? I can't help you if you're super high. Many people are smoking doobies on the weekend.
This is some good shit.
Okay. See you later, lady. Yeah, so we got more stories about this ongoing problem with Wolfgang Halbig, who had been arrested for harassing the Sandy Hook victims. Tonight we'll be featuring that. I'll add that to our link. From Death to Life 2. He was arrested for harassing them, and apparently they get a phone call with it. He's out of jail. Okay, good. Now see, this is the person's IP right here, Scissor Fight. That's it. 53279-609. That's the guy who's attacking us. That's his guest number. Alex Jones said the coronavirus only attacks Asians. I don't believe that. Most VPNs are completely operated by the U.S. government, guess 532. Yeah, you don't have any security at VPNs. And Tor was created by the Navy and the FBI. I'm not. We're a honeypot. We're obviously bringing people like you in who try to troll us and extort us. All of your information is being gathered by the NSA. Every little bit of it. So you think you're attacking our show to make money? You're being harvested by the NSA as one of the bad guys. So it's a data collection, mostly. You're foolish enough to fall for it, though. We're not bound by countries, sir. David, you can always get a heat lamp. They're not that much for a UV grow light. Really? Heat lamps? Why wouldn't you just go online to, eBay and pick up one of those LED grow lights? Homeless Hank? You could run those off your solar power, Typically, these things are very affordable, and they produce a tremendous spectrum of light. for a very little cost. Well, let's be clear. Isn't that what they're doing at Martha's Vineyard? Barack Obama? Didn't he and Melania set up some sort of a grow operation? Oh, they're not allowed to grow marijuana? Okay. I mean, look at how cheap these things are. And they last forever. They're between 99 cents and $4.89 for a light. You can get panels that are full spectrum for anywhere from $1.99 to $357. These are common. 1,000 watt grow lights. Yeah. Full spectrum LED medical plant growing light. Talk about cheap from China. It's ridiculous. See, they sell a lot of these things in China. China could be the center of grow light operations if they have this many grow lights. Yeah. Okay. Oh, it doesn't matter. Bahrain is one of those countries that has a collateral. You would just disappear, I guess. Yeah. Oh, you didn't know you were in Bahrain? Okay. Nice try. Who contracted you to do this? Did you get through 4chan or Reddit? Or where did you get the order to attack our show? David, fact about fireflies true. Plus, when the larvae hatch the eggs, you have to separate each them so the dominant one doesn't kill the other ones. Plus, they need moist soil covered in peat moss, and you have to grind the earthworms to feed them. Oh, some idiot named Mark? Really? Well, yay, there you go. Some idiot named Mark. Ha! Okay, let me put that in my notes. Luckily, I grabbed it. Yeah, I added to my thread file. Dave Line, 27/28/2020. Okay, yeah, I keep a constant record of all this crap. It's ridiculous. He did seem truthful. That was my point, but people just don't believe that. Not everyone believes his attempt to tell us the truth, that he's trolling us and attacking our Periscope show. Well, our Periscope show is down. I'm not making that up, Scissor Fight. You trolled him on Twitter, he blocked you. Well, he may seem full of crap, but hey, Periscope is down, and I can't get it back up. He could be just taking advantage of that, saying it's his doing. Hey, you know, your obsession with growing fireflies, do it on the East Coast, Homeless Hank. Move to Massachusetts or New York. I mean, you're not going to get fireflies to grow out here. They need a relative humidity. It's a controlled environment. I'd have to go to New York to find a firefly, to put it and capture it. You don't just find firefly eggs out there. Or do you? Let me see if I can find that on eBay. No. No, there's no firefly eggs. It's a figurine, but no eggs, no actual larva. Yeah, I'm combing the internet. Hey, if you wanted me to search the eBay, we could do that tonight. That's very sustainable. I mean, who doesn't want to search eBay? That's the funnest thing all. I enjoy searching eBay. What would be a good thing to search for? Oh, then you can do it in Texas. Yeah, you don't need me to do it. Well, you go ahead, Homeless Hank, and you catch yourself a male and a female firefly. And you put them in a terrarium. And you get the climactic conditions to be identical. You can find a terrarium on eBay. Surely they've got those things. Get yourself a digital thermometer for $6.31. I'm amazed the terrarium isn't popping up. Oh, there you go. I like terrariums. That's weird. Oh, you only have like 12 pages of terrariums to get to. Whoa, that's a skull. Aquarium resin head skull. Wouldn't you like to have that in your pond? I bet that would freak your wife out. Yeah. Whoever you are. Put that in your pond. A complete $11 picture of a gator skull. And weird things to put in your terrarium. Ooh. Looks like bark. Oh, this guy's got a scam. He has 15-inch driftwood freshwater terrarium. Oh man, you know, they tell us in our area you can't take driftwood out of the ground, out of the area. We're not allowed to grab it unless it was stationed where you were when you arrived. Which is my case. I've got some driftwood I inherited when I bought this property. Or I didn't buy it. I acquired it. Thank you. My family bought it. Thank you. There it is. $11 sell driftwood on eBay. That's hilarious. Sell dirt on eBay. And just charge the cost of the box plus an extra buck. I think that's hilarious. You get these standard shipping rates on USPS and just stick dirt in it and sell dirt. See if anyone wants to buy dirt. Metanemesis, you haven't lived until you've seen fireflies. And he lives in Texas. Yeah, you don't see fireflies in Texas. It's strictly Texas is a community of like-minded conservatives. Petrified wood? Yeah, I think petrified wood would be worth something in New Mexico at a gift shop. Why can't you buy a jar of fireflies? Here's Ask an Entomologist, bringing up valuable data. Hold, please. One of the neat things about this project is that we get some questions that are asked about things in a very narrow sense, but hit on some really important and interesting topics which are very relevant in a broader sense. Take this question, for instance. I'm interested in but seriously, we can buy ladybugs and praying mantis eggs. Why can't I buy a jar of fireflies? Good question. I think these two questions are really cool because they hit on a topic I honestly did not anticipate ever talking about when we started this blog. On the surface, they appear to be asking about acquired specific insects, but in reality, they're talking about economics. You can buy insects online, but the kind of insects which are available fit some very specific criteria. So what decides whether certain insects are sold online? Legality. That's a big one. The perception of usefulness. Desirability. Economics. Why can't you buy a jar of fireflies? Supply. No one held it. Demand. Boy, this is like an AI-generated article answering your question on any subject. Ask Entomologist. It's an AI system. There's no answer. Here he is again. Yeah, genuine dirt. I know, 100% Washington dirt. $9.95 plus $45 shipping. That's a scam. It would be. I'm not into scamming people, but you know, it's kind of funny. Anybody can do anything. The sky's the limit. We have a lot of shells. We sell seashells by the seashore. Well, Sally does. Sally sells seashells by the seashore. And we easily put those in a box and have Sally sell seashells on the seashore delivered around the world. Yeah, at UPS rates. You had a mouth hug from a beautiful lady. You gave her a pack of cigarettes and she slapped her lips on your mouth. Are you serious? And you exchanged viruses with her? Like you like tongued her? God, that's disgusting.
And based on that, I think I could stand up there for a whole debate and not say.
I wish that Alex Jones didn't just start laughing through that whole thing. It's so disturbing. Oh, come on, Homeless Hank. We had you for real. You're not serious. You can't come in here and talk about your oral sex with some woman you gave a pack of cigarettes to. Why are you degrading? Yeah, $45.98 and free shipping. Exactly. Why are you degrading women by talking about them in such an evil and oral way? You're single? It looks to me like you're the proud owner of a new baby. Don't you know that's the newest trick women are doing? Oh, you didn't realize that? Oh, yeah, they perform oral, and then they remember, and you'll notice she said, "I'm gonna go back for the bathroom," and then they'll take that with a turkey baster and inject it in their body and have a baby. Yeah, notice how she left right away with a mouthful? Where does the term redneck come from? Let's find out. What do you say? A recent trend of attributing it to the 1920s Union uprising in Appalachia misses a more complex and less sunny history. Yeah, you could be the proud father of a new baby, and she'll go up to you and you go, "Hey, buddy, remember me and my cigarette pack?" Yeah, that's your vital, precious bodily fluids. Why would you do that? Armed coal miners surrendering their weapons to federal troops in Logan County, West Virginia. If you listen to the podcast, Dolly Parton's America, you may have noticed a weird little etymological moment in the latest episode, Dolly Parton's America. In the course of the episode, the host, Jay Abumrad, visits a history class at the University of Texas in Knoxville called, well, Dolly Parton's America. Where do you think the term redneck came from? If you're like me, this episode made you question your priors. In the episode, part of the external judgment of Appalachia and the South, there's a discussion partway through that historian Elizabeth Catt, whose 2018 book, What Are You Getting Wrong About Appalachia, is an instant classic on the topic. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. It's strictly abba jabba to mo case. I don't think we'll ever find out what the name of a redneck ever came from, and I don't really care. I'm glad I made you aware of the newest trick women are doing. They're looking for guys like you with $500,000 in the bank who want to be deadbeat dads, and then they hit you for alimony, $30,000 a year minimum. And you thought you were just having a cheap oral sex encounter. Ha! Wow. So if she left you abruptly and gargled on the way, that would be an example. Yeah, that's what you think. They all say that when they become proud fathers and deadbeat dads. 1 pound bag of sand from Myrtle Beach. But you deserve it for objectifying her and treating her like some skank. Here you go. 1 bag of sand from Myrtle Beach, Florida. Only $5 with expedited shipping. I gotta tell you, that's not a bad deal. And Myrtle Beach is trying to hold on to their sand. Somebody ought to report this guy. Myrtle Beach is in need of every single pound of sand they've got. You're underestimating the meaning of and purpose of people. You treating people like exploited objects, homeless. You know, it's funny, Homeless Hank came into our show right when Howie left. Do you think for a second that maybe Homeless Hank is Howie? Hey, you found my eBay listing. I bet. The government's sending in the National Guard to break up the war? What, in Virginia? I don't think so. There's no war starting right now. People are too inebriated and fluoridated to have a war. Most everyone is pretty much like the chatter in the other room. They don't want to think. Last night we did a very big reveal. of a group of NSA whistleblowers that wrote a story on and brought out a website called biggerthansnowden.com. And we found this link. The original whistleblower website was taken down as the truth continues to snowball to millions nationwide globally. The federal government has stood by as officials who approve torture and degrading treatment have stood above the law, escaping even investigation into their actions. This impunity for potential human rights abuses harms our national values and our interests. It's a people's campaign for the Constitution, and they brought up the Bigger Than Snowden website, which was taken down. Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, Thomas Drake exposed the NSA's abuse of power, and how they were using Skype to monitor domestic phone calls with software he had created. Edward Snowden was just the tip of the iceberg. Well, okay, well, if you're honestly renting motel rooms and you are homeless and you have 500 grand in the bank, hey, great. All the more power to you. I'm glad you're not Howie. But Howie disappeared right when you came in. And I haven't seen Howie in a while. You notice how Howie's been gone? It's weird. He normally never leaves the show. So that's why I'm beginning to think that maybe you are Howie. But I'll take your word for it for now. So the coal miners were back in the early 1900s, was the origin of redneck. They wore a red bandana around their necks to distinguish each other from one another. I gotcha. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah. Whatever. Thank you. I don't really follow the origin of racial slurs, you know. It's like... But this is one hell of a story, and it talks about every imaginable CIA agent in the world, investigative lawyer. It's ripe with information about their backgrounds, their stories. All kinds of people have reported, like this man last night, all the excesses being done, including people being targeted individuals. And they talk about in this video, and I'm going to give you guys this super link. I call it a super link. They talk about in this video that they really do have voice-to-skull technology. They really can send microwaves into your head. I'm not trying to fuel your psychotic delusions, because I don't want you to be psychotic or deluded. I'm saying there are technologies that actually do this. And these guys are reporting it because they honestly don't want to be a part of that. A lot of them have left the organization, the NSA and the CIA, because of this. But wow, what a story. Yeah, check out that link. It's really in depth. I've been researching it, and the videos are there galore. I'm going to be spending some time with this tonight and over a period of time. It's one heck of a super link. Really awesome. Coronavirus is still at 809 deaths officially. Many people are saying the real numbers are like 30,000 dead. That's like people being cremated all over the place. There's some rumors of large fires being done to cremate the dead. Very much like a plague. But again, we've been through SARS and it wasn't that bad. H1N1 was even worse than SARS. This has more dead than SARS now. That has exceeded the death rate in this period of time. Okay, let's start with your spelling. Yeah, in order to actually learn how to spell, you have to actually understand the English language. Now, being you voted for Donald Trump, you probably don't know how to spell. So I'm going to give you a little primer here. Acquit is one T normally, but when it's two T's, it's acquitted, two T's.
Acquit. Acquit.
And if you want to stop supporting Trump and wake up and realize that Russia controls him, then we can start talking. But otherwise, you can go ahead and live in your happy world. Well, you don't need fuel if you just move, you know, Greyhounds are all warm. Trump makes you laugh. Well, you'll be crying once you realize what he's done to our country. Laugh now, cry later. Yeah, I mean, a guy like you with $500,000 in the bank, you could just live on the Greyhound. No, we're not doing a special cast on no, Valentine's Day is very important to me. Normal cast. Oh, you know that, yeah. I've noticed that every time Donald Trump speaks, feces comes out of his mouth. Yes, we've seen that. That's not uncommon. It's not uncommon for him to... Yeah, we've had a lot of images support that theory. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Like this, right there. That was a powerful image, yeah. I couldn't believe it. I halfway think this is photoshopped. But this one, where his head turns into Vladimir Putin, this is one of my favorite. Oh, Vladimir, thank you for sharing. Yeah, isn't that cool? Isn't it amazing? It makes mounds and mounds of crap. We have set up a beautiful overlooking the ocean. We rented a beautiful place, yes. Trump who? We're banning anybody who supports Trump here.
Acquit. Acquit.
I think we're going to do another word.
Impeachment.
Okay. Now that he's been marked with impeachment, we all know how guilty he is of violating laws. And because the Senate did not even want to have a proper trial with any witnesses, they didn't want to get to the bottom of anything. They just ruled it all out, all the solid evidence confirming his guilt. We're on to this next step. The Senate has ostensibly committed obstruction of Congress, obstruction of justice. By doing so, they'll all be held accountable someday. You see, the reality is Donald Trump is working for Russia, and it will become very apparent fairly soon. We know that Final Dream supports Trump. We got that. He just doesn't openly broadcast that. That's a bannable offense. It's a regular start, Valentine's Day. Yeah, I mean, for us to even do it on Valentine's Day is kind of a stretch, being it's a special day for both of us. So why would we want to do that? Well, let's be clear. We have about 1 more minute left in the show. So let's pretend to be Barack Obama. Oh, you're supporting white power? We don't allow white power here. Yeah, Final Dream, I had to mute you. That's not something we talk about here. You guys who support Trump are into white power. I don't align with that. Hi. Sorry we lost a few there. You guys over at iBlog, I lost your chat. If you posted any links, I didn't see them. Okay, now I've got a kind of an obsession with a certain musician lately. Right. And I want to make sure that, we're going to have a little tiny house living, box truck living tonight. We'll get a little of that. People living in their cargo car. But I don't know. It's kind of mesmerizing. I listen to music all the time, and this one woman is kind of taken my eye and made me wonder, it seems like all these Swedish singers are different. And there's so many Swedish singers out there. There's it's just so many. I mean, I can't even... Swedish and Norwegian singers. I'm going to play a little Leaky Lee and Get Some tonight for all of you to watch. I'm kind of addicted to watching this particular video because it's just... There's something about her that's kind of weird. Interesting. I can't tell you who's lodging complaints against me on Periscope, but this is a concerted effort to gang stalk me. Yeah, so I can't help I can't respond to that. And this person over here is attempting to... Remember, Please Mr. David disappeared? And this guy's now using a new technique. Yeah, you really scraped the bottom of the barrel, buddy. Yeah, the newest technique is to threaten me with potential extortion. Yeah, that's crazy. Whew. We record the chat, so we've got that in the bag. Hey, I'm going to sign off. Thank you for coming in, talking about everything from the chemicals that are flying over your head and how you're upset and how you want a third party to stop this corruption and why they're getting away with it. The two-party system won't even talk about chemtrails, let alone all the other important issues that are obviously pending. Staying out of foreign wars would be key on the list. Stopping the dangerous spread of dangerous chemicals like Roundup, that would be part of a third-party agenda. Also, getting accountability from radio frequencies and the 5G network and making sure these people live underground. They don't care about spraying in themselves. They have filtered air systems. They don't care about what's going in your mouth or in your air. They live underground, most of them, or if they're not living underground, they have full air conditionings and air filtration systems. I'm not in love with any Swedish singer. I'm saying I like the music, the female vocalists that actually are coming out of Sweden and Norway, okay? I'm sorry, I have an appreciation for modern music. I guess I'm guilty of that. Yeah. Again, the passing of Robert Conrad at 84. We'll play little videos from the Wild Wild West tonight in tribute to him. What area of the country are you looking for? Give me a city, Homeless Hank, for a motorhome. I'm going to do an extended show if you're really interested in seeing a motorhome. That's one of my favorite pastimes, is to look for RVs. You want to give me a city? Okay, that should be easy. Okay, everybody, we're going to stay on board for just a few more minutes. I can't pass up an opportunity to look for motorhome. Yeah, this is pretty cool, huh? Thanks, Homeless Hank. Okay, we're going to go to Houston, Texas and check Craigslist. That's my favorite place to start checking. It's just a pastime I have. Yeah, they do. They spray themselves. Yeah, they don't mind. They're spraying you because they want to get rid of you. They're spraying you with chemicals that could affect your immune system. Yeah, wake up. It's time to wake up, people. It's never too late to wake up and become aware. Well, let's be clear. Okay, let's go to Texas, Houston, Texas. We're going to look for RV here for Homeless Hank. Now, everybody knows you got to set the protocols to go for the cheapest first. So we're getting to the bottom of the page here. It's going to be long. Maybe $1,000. There's nothing down there. Normally we'd find a pretty cheap motorhome. Bingo! $750. Oh my God, let's see if it works. Sitting on dear lease years. Trailer tow. Text only. Doesn't run, will fire, need to see. Okay, here you go, buddy. You can fix motorhomes. This is a classic deal. $750 will get this little puppy in your hands. Are you willing to repair it from a no-go situation? $750 will get you this. Oh, you need one that runs? Oh, now you're going to have to pay a lot more. Okay, we're going to the next page here. Not too many, though, in Houston. Here's one for $1,800. Let's see if it runs. Runs and drives, might need a little air in the tires. It has roof damage. I have a salvage title for it and the keys. It's a really nice fixer-upper. Unfortunately, school and work don't give me much. It's located in Dickinson, Texas. Cash is king or B.O.B. What is B.O.B.? I don't know. This is $1,800. Let's take a look. What do you say? Yeah, it's got a little water damage up in the front. You'd have to put some new plywood up in the upper bed. You could fix it. Can you handle that kind of water damage, buddy? It looks pretty clean, though, on the outside. It's a Santera. What do you think about that? That's sweet. It's got a push-out, a super slide, too. That's mighty big. Oh, yeah. That's not bad. Oh, look at the nice interior wood. That's all wood grain there, buddy. I think you're looking at your future home. I'm going to give you a link to this right now. Too much damage? Okay. Forget it. Let's move on. Next one. Okay. Spartan diesel. Can you handle a $2,000 diesel? Needs batteries, maybe need towing. That's not a good sign. That means that the whole engine has got varnished. Too bad gas sitting there. You want to try to look at that? I don't know. An Indian, oh, this is good. The Winnebago Indian. That gets about 12 miles per gallon, that engine does. These are good. They're popular, you know, and they're square. They're decent. There's a lot of room inside. It's like a living room there in the front seat. Of course, everything's ripped to shreds. Forget it. It's a pile of crap. Jeez. I'm going to get you an RV where you can drive it, right? Okay, we're moving up to $3,200. Afraid there's nothing else. Wow. Jamboree Rally. Here you go. That was just a piece of crap, that diesel. Here, now you're looking sweet for $39.50. Let me make sure it runs. You know, some people want it. Selling my 1995 Rally. No major issues. Everything works as it should. Only 50,000 runs and drives great, clean. Texas title, 30 feet long. Welcome to home. You got 500 grand, you can afford $39.50 for this beauty. Look at that bumper. Coach Cute Lip. Hi, David and friends. Look at that bumper. That bumper says I can cut anything down as I drive along. It'll go through brush. It'll go through garbage. That's a hell of a good deal. Look at that interior. Oh my gosh. Clean. Look at those seats, man. That's not my problem. Your gayness is not my problem. That's nice. It's got that all wood interior. Whoa, decent shower. Heck yeah. Bathroom too. Big bed. You're the man. Check it out. We're worldwide, buddy. You can't stop me. That is a sweet vehicle. It's got the curtains too to block out the front. See that? You could park that 30-foot motorhome anywhere. You don't have the slide out problem. So I think you got your deal. I'm giving you the link. $39.50. It's worth fixing up. Update the interior. That is a sweet deal, buddy. And that's a 1995 with under 50,000 miles on it. That's decent. And if it runs good, heck, you got yourself the wheels to do anything you want in Houston. Just stay away from the FEMA barges. Yeah, you don't want to wheel yourself near a FEMA barge. They'll take you away. You could not get into the van life because you need a toilet. That has a toilet in it. What the hell, man? You didn't see the toilet? I showed you the toilet. What do you call that, sir? That's a toilet. Yeah. I don't know, Texas, you can't grow pot plants, but yeah. That's a decent interior, man. Yeah. Help. That is sweet. The layout, the front seating area, that's a perfect bachelor pad on wheels. You can tell I like this particular part of the sustainable show. I'm not telling you what to do or where to do it. Billie Jean, but every instrument is a spring door stopper. Really? We got a video from Scissor Fight. Yeah, some guy's going to be working on his spring door stopper. All right, thank you for the links. Why is the white toilet yellow? Well, most RV toilets are yellow. From that era. They're purposely yellow. They want you to realize that eventually it'll be yellow, so if you pee on it, it won't get yellow. It started yellow. Okay, good. Right on. We will watch this later. You got the link? There it is. Jamboree Rally 1995, Houston, Texas. Right on, man. All right, I'll see you guys later. Thanks for coming in. I'll see you on Monday. Tomorrow is a day of rest. I'll be spending the day in church of my own being, worshiping my own special needs. Laura and I are going to be working on some of my oil paintings together. People die fighting for democracy. Laura and I never did that.
Mr. Right, too good.